best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
We're in Riyadh for EWC, and this is how we prepare for Media Day.
You think people gives MVP points for perfect hair?
Bro, you were supposed to be reviewing the last zone rotations.
I am. I'm rotating from left to right.
Welcome to the first day of EWC Free Fire 2025, where strategy meets style.
Welcome to Free Fire at EWC 25. We are back for another year here at Riyadh to crown a brand new champion for the Free Fire division. My name is Dana Lee. I'm going to be your host over the course of this amazing week. And to my left, joining me are my wonderful panelists, my analysts, my experts in the making. We have Raja, Neptune, and Gideon. Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It's amazing having you all here and sharing your knowledge, not just with me, but all of our viewers at home. How are you all feeling today?
Well, I'm feeling very excited. That's my first time doing something in English, so it's a brand new experience to me, but I'm really happy to be with you guys.
I'm really glad that you have, we have Raja here as well and everyone as well. And I'm being back in year 2. There's a lot of excitement being built up because half of the team from last year will be here as well.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I was a replacement caster, and now I'm on the biggest stage of the world. I missed out on year number 1 of the EWC 2024, and now coming into EWC 2025, it is just a whole new experience.
Well, I mean, you're here, Gideon, so clearly you bring something to the panel. But I'm so excited to have all three of you here today because I think we're going to have so much fun. We're going to have an amazing time watching Free Fire, and we're going to witness who's going to be our 2025 champion. Are we going to be seeing a repeat champion, or maybe are we going to be beginning a brand new legacy? Now, as we kick things off here at Riyadh, let's have a quick look at the format. Now, if you're unfamiliar as to how things work, here's a quick explainer so you're going to be right up there with us in knowing how the format's going to work. Check it out.
The battle for Booyah begins. This is no ordinary final. 18 elite Free Fire squads enter the knockout stage, but only 12 will advance to the grand final. With $1 million on the line and $300,000 for the champion, every match is do or die. From the knockout stage, where 18 teams battled across 3 days, to the point rush stage, where the top 12 secured head start points for the final fight. Now it's time for the grand finals. Up to 10 matches. To win the championship, a team must reach 80 points and then win a match to seal the title. But there's a twist. 80 points, that's your key. But it doesn't open the door right away. You must hit the threshold before the match begins. Only then, in the next round, can a single Booyah make you a champion. Will someone reach the magic number and clutch the final Booyah, or will consistency rise above chaos? Get ready for the EWC Free Fire 2025 Grand Finals, July 20th, where champions aren't just made, they Booyah.
So, 2025, we bring a brand new twist to the Free Fire format. I know it's very exciting to see something a little bit new here at the tournament. Neptune, I want to pick your brain on this because you're basically an expert on the brand new format. I want to hear your thoughts on it. What are the benefits of this new format actually at EWC?
Well, at first, we go in for Champion Rush because there's a lot of potential for the underdogs to be able to grab that championship. But we also have Point Rush before that day, so more chances of them of grabbing points even before reaching that 80.
Well, I don't know. Based on what I heard from the VO, that dude sounded like some kind of nerd. It's crazy. But I think for the most part of it, it's interesting to see how this format is going to change the landscape of Free Fire for the most part of it, right? Because, again, it's a format that most people are prepared for or might not even be ready.
Well, it's way different to me because in Brazil, we usually don't use that type of format. So it will be really surprise for me. And I'm really anxious about what Brazilians can do, knowing that they need to work in this different type of game, like they probably will need to be more aggressive.
Lots of homework, I suspect, for the Brazilian teams. But hey, sometimes need a little bit of pressure to perform. Now, speaking of performing, what are these teams aiming for? Well, I'm glad you all asked because we do have a massive prize pool here at EWC. And the major prize pool, first place, $1 million is on the line for our team at the very tippy top.
$300,000 for first place. Second place, you nearly get half of it. You only get $180,000, but this is life-changing money for a majority of these players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone on the line, everyone who will be stepping on the stage will have a piece of that prize pool and just have to hustle a little bit more so that they will have more.
Exactly. So with so much money on the line, can you really afford to make any mistakes here, folks? I mean, this is the pinnacle of Free Fire. Aside from the World Series at the World Championships, this is the second best thing, really. So what's on the line here aside from the prize pool? The glory, I think we also kind of have to mention, we do have our champion from last year here, Team Falcons, right? They were the champions of 2024. Is there pressure for this team to actually preserve their title? Or are they maybe, sort of a little bit lower on the stepping block here? Because to be fair, we did have a conversation backstage about this. Falcons not looking great this season, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like they are not that prime team, especially when the OG teams from last year are playing. Two of them are new, but had some experience in terms of dealing with those in World Series. So I guess we have to find out right now. It might be smokes and mirrors for Team Falcons just to throw us off in our game.
I don't know. It sounds like you're pulling off the smokes and mirrors for them. You're already sprinkling the smoke screen, Neptune. I see what you're doing here because, again, I think that Southeast Asia is looking at this tournament after seeing what the Free Fire World Stage has given to these players. And not to mention that Brazil was able to take the World Series last year. So therefore, I mean, this is a tournament we want to win bad.
Yeah, I think they really won that, but I think it's good to remember that it's a type of it's a different format for the last year, right? So maybe Team Falcons can do the same as they did in the last year.
Anything can happen at EWC of all places, you know. Got to pull out some of those tricks. Now, speaking of tricks, we're not going to have too much of a trick here because this is today's schedule. If you keep up with competitive Free Fire, it's pretty standard in terms of the map order, so nothing too crazy, but this is the order of maps we're going to play for today's games. And remember, folks, we are playing with teams in Group A and B. We are not having everybody play today. We have split the teams into 3 groups, and A and B, they'll be playing the maps in this order. Neptune, any kind of words you want to add here for the maps?
One thing I would say is Bermuda is mostly scrappy because everyone knows the map. It's an OG map, so you would know the rotation, you would know how to work it out for each compound, but some teams use this as an advantage because of all the chaos, and it's day number 1. So we don't have the drop spot specific yet for each team. So if you can stay away from everyone, just watch them out for the edge of the circle, you might get a lot of eliminations, similar to what we've seen Falcons did from last year.
Well, that sounds boring. I think they need to start right from the get-go, prove that they are the best team, that everybody, this is our drop spot, nobody else gets to play here for free, not without a cost.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of Free Fire, it's not just Free Fire here at EWC. We also have the Club Championships. Now, we're going to be jumping into the STC Club Championships update so you guys know what is currently happening with the point system. Throw the video production.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Hello, I'm Yunsul and welcome to our Club Championship Weekly Recap. What a week one thrilling it has been across the Esports World Cup 2025. And last Friday, we saw Team Red Light emerge victorious in Brand Sports. Then, on Saturday, Detonation Focus Me Goat 1 claimed the inaugural Fatal Fury tournament title, going undefeated and denying Quaishou Gaming Shanghai his bid to become the first 2-time EWC champion. Sunday brought us to the conclusions of both Valorant and Apex Legends. In Valorant, Team Heretics secured their first 1,000 points in a club championship. While they have had a strong start, they are not yet eligible for the prize money, as they only have 1 top 8 placement so far. In Apex Legends, after an intense 9 games, VK Gaming were crowned the championship. Looking at the updated club championship standings, we now have 5 clubs tied for the first place. 4 of these, Team Heretics, Detonation Focus Me, BMW M Team, Red Line, Red Bull Sim Racing, and VK Gaming, won titles this past week. Gen G Esports is the only club in this leading group has yet to win a game title. Further down the board, 5 clubs are tied for the 6th place. 4 of Team Virtus Pros, ROC Esports, Fnatic, and Quaishou Gaming. secured a second place finishes in titles this week. Team Falcons is the only club in this group that did not place second. Crucially, after week 1, only 3 clubs participating in the club championships are currently eligible for the prize money, having secured 2 or more confirmed top 8 placements. These are JNG Esports with 1,000 points, boasting 3 top 8 placements in Valorant, Apex Legends, and League of Legends. Team Falcons with 750 points, having achieved 4 top 8 placements in Ren Sports, Fatal Fury, Dota 2, and Apex Legends. AGAL with 400 points, with top 8 placement in League of Legends and Honor of Kings. These 3 clubs have successfully claimed at least 2 top 8 placements, making them eligible for the Club Championship prize money. What a fantastic start to the EWC Club Championship.
Thank you so much, Yunsul, for the STC Club Championship update. We're going to be getting some more updates later this week, so keep an eye out if you do have a club that you are cheering for. Now, we are getting closer and closer to our first match of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. Group A versus Group B. The most important match, really, for both of these groups, because you want a good start. You don't want to be starting on that back foot, and a lot happens in this first match. And it looks like we are getting an update. We're getting the Jamal Motorsports player arrival cam. Players are arriving to the venue. And as you can see here, we are seeing some of the players still at the hotel, boarding their shuttles, getting ready to go. So once the players are here, they're going to be set up and they're going to be ready for this match. But a lot of thinking, a lot of talking, a lot of discussions are going to be had as the players are sort of getting on their way and getting ready for that first match. But Gideon, if you were one of the teams competing at EWC, what would be the first thing that you'd kind of want to talk about on the way to the venue?
I think the first things that these teams are going to be talking about is, number one, mental strategy that they're going to be coming on, and most importantly, how much of a statement you want to make on the very first day. Keep in mind, it's not like we have a lot of days of play. It's not in a full entire league. It's a tournament format. So each map, each day really has to count. It's quality over quantity right now.
I mean, for me, I had experience being a coach, and one thing I tell a team, or similar to what the team that we have right now in this group is, treat this day as if it is the last day. Treat this day as if it is grand final, so at least you have to give it all.
Absolutely. Raja?
I agree with everything. I think the first day is really important, even for the Brazilian players, because they need to understand like the landing spots and this type of stuff, because it's going to be really important at the final. So they need to know what to do in the beginning of the game.
All right, now we do have our power rankings from my panelists as well. I'm so excited to talk about this because you guys, you're going to kick things off for today with your top 3 teams. And I think our viewers are kind of keen to know who you think are going to be our top dogs. So let's have a look at those power rankings, shall we? And see where my analysts have placed our teams from Group A and B. We do have the Club Championship points. Just a quick update in case you guys did previously miss it. But we will have our power rankings in just a second. But before the graphic pops up, I do know that you guys all had the same top 2 picks. Walk me through this.
How did she know? Who leaked it? Who leaked it already? Okay.
I know everything. The third eye.
Oh man. Okay, look. So, no big secret here. Obviously, when we saw the groups earlier, everybody's going to be leaning to the big favorites of Group A and as well as Group B. It's going to be that Fluxo. It's going to be that Falcon, simply put.
Yeah, I think we need to agree that Fluxo and Team Falcons, they are really consistent. So that's important, and we need we need to see everything, and we need to point this. And I also put Alpha 34, but I was being optimist. I was trying to put another Brazilian team. I could put like Pain Gaming, but I don't know. I like Alpha 34 too, so I don't know. That's my pick for my 3 picks for today.
Neptune, I want to hear your third pick.
Yeah.
Why did you go for EVOS?
Not only did it go second place from last year, but we also are about to see the Wonder Kid Russia play in here. So I want to see this guy beat up like a lot of snipers in this stage, and just a kid being the best.
Kid being the best. If we're talking about kids here, vitality, they have shown us something else, right? I mean, throughout their own regular season, especially when we're talking about Southeast Asia, they take an Indonesian style that has continued to develop and honestly proven to work, but they're adding their own little flavor on it. If they are looking to play for those final zones like most Indonesian teams are going to do, they are the most aggressive amongst them. They are the ones who are going to say, we are going to die on this hill, we're going to fight you tooth and nail until we take it from you.
I would agree with that. I mean, we've seen RRQ as well, not only from last year, but in their regional matches as well. So their adaptability is being taken by Team Vitality, and like this is the first time that they will be coming here. Compared to RRQ, they have seen all those struggles, all those mistakes, and I guess they have a counter for that.
Yeah. I love hearing your thoughts and opinions there for the Aramco Power Ranking. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing your top teams for groups A and B. But we do have an extra story here for you folks. The road to Riyadh for Team Fluxo. Let's see how their journey was to the EWC 25.
Eu acho que foi a gente teve mau desempenho devido à falta de experiência. EWC, querendo ou não, é pouco período de campeonato, então a gente chegou aqui sem saber o que fazer.
Backup shows up and Seven under pressure gets taken out.
Esports still alive and kicking as Fluxo gets taken out in 7.
They completely just collapsed.
Mas acabou que esse ano a gente voltou sabendo o que a gente vai fazer, treinamos muito e se habituamos ao campeonato. Assim que acabou a EWC de 2024, a gente parou para conversar, porque justamente pelo mau desempenho que a gente teve, a gente não aceitava, porque nosso time somos um dos melhores do Brasil. Então meio que a gente sentou para conversar todo mundo, conversando para ver o que a gente ia melhorar, o que a gente ia treinar mais, e resolvemos mudar muita coisa para esse ano aí.
Oh yeah! For our Brazilians, it is going to be
Fluxo!
Agradecer a torcida porque vim pra esse ano aí fazer diferente, a gente veio fazer diferente. Sei que ano passado foi um desempenho muito abaixo da gente, só que a gente veio com a cabeça erguida pra esse ano, pra fazer totalmente diferente e sair daqui com o título.
Sometimes you need to have those devastating lessons to really push you to that next level. And Raja, I know you're an expert of the Brazilian teams, especially Team Fluxo. Do you think they have what it takes to win EWC this year?
I think they have like a good opportunity to show the Brazilian way to play. You know, like I know that Thai teams and Indonesian teams know how Brazilian plays, but I think they can do more and they can be like the champions of this championship, and I'm really excited to see them playing. And I would like to add that MT7, which was the playing that was talking to us, he got into Fluxo when he was like really young, so it's similar to when I got into Fluxo. So we having like such great moments together, and I saw MT7 winning a lot of championships.
I'm kind of jealous because you get to experience those wins with him. I mean,
yeah, it's really good. I like to support them. You know, I like to cheer for them, and probably I will do it a lot. I don't want to be judged by that. Sorry.
You could be the lucky charm. We could be having the X Factor on the panel.
And usually I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm challenging that statement. But let's continue because I'm getting news that we are getting very close to our first matchup, folks. So hang tight because we're almost ready to start game number 1 here. Let's continue our discussion because we do have another update for our Jamel Motorsports player camp because the players are at the venue. They are here. They are stepping and meeting their opponents for game number 1. So as they're sort of making their way to their booths, we got to talk about the underdogs. We've spoken about the top dogs to keep an eye out for, but there are certainly teams that we are currently not giving enough respect to. So starting with Gideon, who's a underdog that you are looking at for Group A and B?
Well, I think one of the few underdogs that I'm going to be looking forward to and hoping that they're really going to make that big change is Core Memory. This team, I think, currently positioned in this patch, you're going to be playing around important POIs, or points of interest along the map. And they're one of the few teams that don't mind just kind of sitting down, hunkering down and say, hey, we'll let the points come to us. We ain't chasing for it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I want to see more of Red Hawks. I mean, not only are they just like being introduced to international and Free Fire, but the first scene that they will be jumping in is Esports World Cup. So I would like to see how they handle the pressure and if they're up to it. Because there's a lot, when we were watching them, there's a lot of cheers coming from the Bangladesh team.
Yeah.
And changing a little from Brazil, I would like to add R7. I think it's such a great team, and it's from Latam, so I think they can do like such an amazing work, and that's like one of the best teams that Latam ever had in the whole history, like playing Free Fire. So I'm really excited to see how it goes.
And let's talk about teams in Group A and B. Okay, we kind of had a bit of a discussion behind the scenes. No fighting, okay? We were discussing like adults. But A and B, okay, Neptune, I kind of heard you arguing with Gideon about the fact that, you know, one of the groups is a little bit better than the other one. Who between the two of you, who do you think is actually the stronger group and why?
Yeah, I mean, judging from just from the like power rankings, we are seeing that Group B would be at this point day number 1, the group of death. So we'll see if they're going to bring it on, live up to that name, because there's a lot in here, even a returning team. So I would love to see that. Fluxo is part of Group B. They've been the global championship or the global champions. So I think they're going to bring it on.
This is why we had the argument in the first place. Because Group B, Group of Death, yeah, sure, that's so obvious. But day 1 is where things are supposed to be a little shaky, a little more volatile, as some may like to call it. Group A, I think we have some table turners, table flippers that could really change up the space and force every other group to think of the game differently.
Well, very exciting times here, folks, because we are about to ready to kick things off here for Free Fire at EWC 25. Whether you are here at the venue or if you are at home watching on one of our social media platforms, cheer for your team, send them your energy, because EWC is about to begin here for Free Fire. As we get ready for our opening ceremony, here's a quick recap on how everything works for our trophy.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2025. 18 of the best teams have dropped into Riyadh. Champions from Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, MEA, Europe, and beyond. Each fought their way here through these original battles, qualifiers, and point races. And now they are facing their biggest challenge yet. Their dreams are locked inside these keys. Those who fail will have their kills crushed and placed out to the graveyard at the totem. All these teams have chased one dream, the glory, the spotlight, and a share of $1 million prize pool. Over the next 5 days, they will fight, fall, and rise again. 12 squads will advance to the final and the grand finals. But only one will lift the beautiful trophy here, a symbol of resilience, dominance, and the Esports World Cup greatness. This is more than just a survival. This is legacy in the making. This is the moment to prove who can fight under pressure, lead under fire, and rise above. Let the battle begin! This is Free Fire at AWC 2025. Let's introduce our teams from groups A and B, starting with Red Hawks. Bangladesh bold entry, hot drops, hotter M. Virus Pro! Southeast Asia fire under a rush banner, fast, fierce, and focus. Core Memory Esports! Thailand's brand squad, smart moves, deadly plans. Fluxo! Brazil's global champs, the boogeyman of ending game. Hotshot Esports! Vaxian's pride, sharp aim, big dreams. Evo's Esports! Indonesia's elite, clean plays, goal decisions. All Gamers Global! Thailand's Gales Masters, fearless in every close fight. Team Vitality! Indonesia's elite, clean play, goal decisions. Vision System! Chile's gold finishers, slow to start, sharp to strike. Big Gaming! Brazilian's veterans, smart, steady, and deadly in the zone. Alpha 34! Brazil wild cards, fresh, fearless, and ready to shine. Team Falcons! Champions of the Club Championship, now defending their AWC crown with pride, the own and only. We have just witnessed a great power of every teamer that just dropped into our stage here. I'm Kara Bombshell, and I'm just fine to be here with you all today. And stay tuned for the kickoff of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. Let's go!
One name.
Team Falcons!
One memory.
Team Falcons! Free Fire 2024!
One man still standing. Still on fire. The return of the defending champions. They were unstoppable in 2024. A team that blazed through the battlefield and claimed the booyah that echoed around the world. But in 2025, everything's changed. Team Falcons return to the EWC stage with only one piece of the original puzzle. On fire. The lone survivor of the championship squad. The last flame still burning. This year, Team Falcons rises with a brand new roster, new names, new chemistry, new doubts from everyone watching.
Can they do it again? Is On Fire enough?
Are they still the same threat?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, you know what time it is, baby. Free Fire at EWC 25, gearing up for our very first game. And we start off at good old Bermuda. You're with your boys, the Mustachio and Husky. We are back to rock it again.
Back to rock it again for the second year in a row, and so many things have to be said at the get-go. Worlds have collided, legacies have been renewed, and most importantly, new eras have been forged between 2024 and 2025. Multiple world champions, multiple new players, new faces, the rebranding of the Falcons' nest. But one thing remains the same, is the race to the championship.
Absolutely, man. And of course, will the experience count in here today? Group A versus Group B. We have got 6 returning teams who have had some experience at the previous EWC 2024. Free Fire rocked it at that point, and of course Falcons, your reigning champions at this point of time. But after picking up the championship, Husky, they have not been looking so dangerous out there, a little bit too comfortable with the prize pool that they got.
Yeah, absolutely. We even saw the video just now, the lone survivor of the restructuring of Team Falcon's roster. On Fire, back still here with 2025, but interestingly enough, he is one of the few players that wasn't highlighted as much as the other ones, right? Like Peter, Coscu, and one more. But now he has to take on the mantle. A lot of void needed to be filled in, and that's why they brought in these new faces. Limit, for example, is a very good candidate, but can they do it on this big stage is the next question.
From attack all around, right? Because that was one of the biggest faults of Team Falcon. They could get a really, really good close quarters combat done and dusted, but in those long-range engagements, they were just not getting the job done. Bringing Limit in, one of the best snipers in the world, could perhaps get it done this time around for them. But he's not the only sniper that we need to keep our eyes out for. We've got Fluxo in here, baby. We need to see exactly what MT7 has got in store for us. But what I'm afraid of is the fact that even the panelists brought this up, right? Brazil, they're not used to the grand finals format. We've got Champion Rush this time around. Yes, you can pick up those points. Yes, you can get those eliminations. But if you cannot get the booyah when it is most needed, you are not going to be the champion.
We've seen plenty of examples. Buriram United Esports is the best case study that we had for Sea Spring, where Onyx Olympus late to the party, late to qualify for the Champion Rush, and still won it all because BRU couldn't close out the game. And when we look at the Brazilian League, interestingly enough, they played with the old format for their spring season. Fluxo came in second, right? Second to loss, who won by just a mere single-digit point. They did practice with Champion Rush after that, and I think at least they've got a little bit of an idea of how it's going to work coming in the EWC.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, here at EWC 25, Free Fire has got a very unique format running this time around. One that has not been seen in any of the other leagues that we have had across countries, right? Because we've got Point Rush combined with Champion Rush. Now, this is going to be monumental because, yes, Champion Rush favors the underdogs who have the fight in them. But at the end of the day, you are going to be looking for those extra points on Point Rush, and usually it's the big dogs. It's those teams who can really hit hard, walking away with those extra points. So I guess the table is all evened out now.
Yeah, we've had this conversation behind the scenes, and my stance is still the same from it was before. Consistency is key. What we've been talking about for 5 years straight finally comes back full circle. You have to be at the top of your game every single round.
Absolutely, and of course you got to hit that booyah when it is most definitely required. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got some hyped up video for you guys. Enjoy. We'll come back to you in a bit.
BW are not going to give him that time. Mochi finds a bullet straight to the stadium, and Mochi with 2 in a row. Why?
ผมไม่ได้อยากปกป้องแชมป์ครับดีที่สุดแล้วก็สร้างประวัติศาสตร์ของผมเพิ่มมาอีกก็คือแชมป์ผมจะทำให้ได้แชมป์รอบ Nada, que se preparen, que vamos a ir con todo y daremos todo.
And that means the AEG have to refocus their attention and needed.
Gonna be wiping out.
เข้ารอบได้ก็จะไปเอาแชมป์อีกครับเพราะปีแล้วก็คว้าแชมป์มาแล้วครับ
Eu acho que foi a gente teve um mau desempenho devido à falta de experiência, mas acabou que esse ano a gente voltou sabendo o que a gente vai fazer, treinamos muito e se habituamos ao campeonato.
เปลี่ยนหลายอย่างครับการเล่นแล้วก็เจอเพื่อนร่วมทีมแบบใหม่เล่นไม่เหมือนกันแต่ก็เคยได้แชมป์ทุกอย่างมาแล้ว
E queria deixar recado aí que vai ser bem disputada essa final e a gente vai ganhar.
Everybody can talk the big talk, but who can walk when it truly matters? As we head on into Bermuda shortly, we will find out, Husky.
The most important thing right now is the slogan. Everyone needs to know this coming into EWC, regardless of what titles you're in. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. Just like On Fire said, if he makes it through, Falcons are going to win another trophy for the nest. But making it through is the hard part. I've talked to a lot of people, professionals, players, coaches, and even psychologists, sports psychologists behind the scene, how tough it is to win one championship and go on to win the second one the year after. It is incredibly tough. Nearly impossible.
Not everyone can be like the Brazilians, right? Not everyone can be like what Fluxo brought to the table. And yes, you are right, Falcons, they were the champions of EWC 24 for Free Fire. But right after that, in order to qualify for this competition, they were ranked 9th in Southeast Asia. And that is not looking good for the brand at all. But of course, we have seen the Falcons do this time and time again. Kind of fly under the radar. And when people suspected the least, they go in for the strike. But of course, they are not the only birds in the air this time. We've got Red Hawks for the first time ever. Bangladesh is going to be joining the fight, and they have got a really good coach behind the scenes as well. We've got Coach Duca, who has got all of the game knowledge you would ever want, you would ever need in the world of Free Fire. But it's all about the application of that knowledge out there on the battlefield.
It's going to be nerve-wracking. I can't imagine how the players must be feeling, right? First ever international tournament that they qualify, and it had to be the Esports World Cup. I think coming into 2025, the most important thing when we look at teams like Red Hawks and Hotshot Esports is the underdog element that they bring. Hotshot Esports, they finished 15th last year, but who's to say that they don't have a closer shot this year? Especially when you look at teams that are dominating, like Team Falcons, you mentioned it, they finished 9th in spring. And they only got here because they were the defending champions. There was an alternate universe that we wouldn't even have Team Falcons.
And that's insane, right? But you know, the 9th position is not what it's all about, because we did see Fluxo last year at Free Fire EWC 24. They walked away with the exact same rank, the 9th spot, and then they went on to the global finals to call themselves the world champions. Perhaps not the EWC world champions, but the global finals champions for the world of Free Fire as well. So game after game, competition after competition, it is all about what they go out there and they get done. It's not some sort of consistency that you can expect for them to carry on competition into competition, because yes, they may be good, but others are rising to the occasion as well.
And some of them are playing today, like Core Memory Esports, for example. This is one of the, for me, the biggest underdog coming in from the strongest region in the world. Because when we saw them in spring, Core Memory really feels like not a Core Memory, right? They have been sidelined a lot of times. Their performance have been really up and down. You look at the players and you look at the accolades that they have, it makes you scratch your head what exactly went wrong. But yet they are here at Free Fire EWC 25, overshadowing Team Falcons, and it makes you wonder if they can take it further, or was that just a lucky stroke?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we do see the fact that Falcons actually pulled away limit from their core, but what they got off of that trade was Cougar, right? Cougar has got that EWC experience. He was in participation. He is actually the world champ in core memory, so he carries on some vital memory from last year into this squad. Yes, they're most definitely the underdogs. They were ranked 8th from FFWSC. I don't think that is going to be a testament to how they perform in here today. It's a whole new sheet. It is how they balance the stress out there on that stage. That magnificent stage, by the way, I have not seen a stage that beautiful my whole life, Husky.
When they told us they upgraded it, I didn't know what to expect, but this has completely blown all my expectations out the water. Though I would say, for anyone who got overexcited, I think we need to put this caveat out there, right? Cougar, yes, EWC 24 champion, but as a sub. We have to put it out there because we have to manage the expectation that, sure, he's a world champion, but he didn't play on that stage at that point, right? He wasn't the one that brought it home for the Falcons Nest. I'm not discrediting his efforts, but I think it's a very different perspective when you're watching on the sidelines compared to actually being on that stage and playing against 17 other best teams from around the world.
That's how insane Falcons were last year, because this guy was a monster for sure in FFWSC out of Thailand. He didn't even need to participate, but I understand exactly where you're coming from. Let's see exactly how they get the job done out there. Core Memory Esports XKOG. That's how they are branded this time round. We want to see more from them. But Alpha 34, let's talk about the Brazilian squad a little bit as well. All new squad, aggressive flair, the underdogs out of Brazil, but I think Raja thinks that they're going to be faring pretty well this time around, and I think she has got her mind in the right place.
I agree, right? Alpha 34, they finished 3rd. The only team that came behind them was Pain Gaming, and there was a substantial point gap when they qualified. So this underdog team, sure, that's going to be the title for now, but I think in an ever-growing landscape of the Brazilian League, if you can qualify for an international event off of the local tournament, that itself is a statement. Now, we want to see if Alpha 34 can continue to push that envelope, right? Can you start making a statement? Because locally, you can be the strongest, but what really matters the most is if when you clash with the rest of the world, are you still that fearful team?
We've got the returning Tigers as well. Hotshot Esports from Pakistan, the finest squad out of the scene. In 2024 EWC, they managed to walk away with the 15th spot. Nothing much to scream about, but it is all about how you come back season after season, time and time again, a little bit better than you were the previous time. I'm expecting a lot from this Pakistani squad.
Me too. And I think we have to really give them their flowers, because Hotshot Esports roster has been together for as long as you can remember, right? Till as old as time, from a region that has been struggling on the international stage for so many seasons. The fact that they're still willing to stick together for another year, and then another year after that, is very, very commendable. Do I expect them to go far? I sure hope so. But once more, this is the proving ground. They gotta earn that spot, and if they can finish 15th last year, this year the bar is gonna be set slightly higher.
Virtus Pro as well, you see them on the screen. Veteran experience. The players have got a little bit of experience from Free Fire at EWC 24, and the returning trio. You've got Diamond, Nameless, Exposi, along with a couple of new faces on the squad as well, mainly Fuvarak and Boonjaim on the sub. But of course, we have got a video from the Falcons Nest awaiting you guys as well as we gear up Bermuda. Enjoy. We'll be back with you in a second.
We are live here at Esports World Cup 2025 Boulevard, and as you guys can see, we are at a very special place. What a vibrant vibe, isn't it? At Falcon Nest, and it is the headquarters of Team Falcons. So into our main course today. This is a very vibrant place, a very special place to who those love gaming, esports, and here is a showcase that all of the achievement and of course the academic belongs to Team Falcons. So today, let's catch up with me some little information about this thing, shall we? Last year, on home soil, Team Falcons competed in 18 of the 22 esports at EWC 2024, demonstrating impressive level of play across a variety of games. Their performance was highlighted by the first place, finishes in the Esports World Cup Free Fire, my beloved game, and Esports World Cup Call of Duty Warzone. They also secured the second place finishes in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Mid-Season Cup 2024 X Esports World Cup, Esports World Cup Apex Legends, Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League, and Esports World Cup Tekken 8. The organization's stellar results here in Riyadh were more than enough to secure them the first place to finish in the EWC 2024 Club Championship points. Now, in 2025, Team Falcons are currently holding 750 points and they are competing in 19 games. Of course, they are hungry for more points. Do you guys think that they can secure and defend the previous club championship? I do, they can, because this year is going to be really tough. That is all we have.
Well, will Falcons be the champions again? Will they walk away with the club championship? I think Yunsol had hit the nail right on the head. They are in so many titles, so many games, aiming for the top. The probability is really high.
If I see a shelf behind the scenes with that much trophy, you bet I will put my money the Team Falcons have a really good shot at winning the club championship again. And Free Fire was a contributor to it.
Yeah.
In fact, when they won Free Fire in 2024, it was the second championship title that they won for EWC at that point of time, and then they follow up with a lot more. But here we go. Without further ado, it's time to head into Bermuda for round number 1 between Group A and Group B. And I gotta say, a lot of these teams gotta start off strong.
Yeah, absolutely. You see some eyes closed there. You see some prayers being made. Of course, no amount of divine intervention can help a squad when they hot drop another one and are a little starved for those weapons. Luck will most definitely come into play. There's no amount of homework you can do for day number 1 here at Free Fire at EWC 2025. Because another squad might be thinking exactly what you've got in your mind for those drop spots, looking for those weapons early on.
And some teams that, you know, it's worth mentioning since we do have some time, hopefully before they start shooting at each other. Vision System, right? One of the few underdogs. Like, we remember some of their names, like Jota, he's been here, but the fight has already broken up. And speaking of the devil, it is going to be Vision System right on the money with core memory KOG. Jota knocked down by Zensi, and that is not really what you want. And CXK are making it work.
Yeah, fantastic bait and switch there, and it is Cougar with the very first elimination of the game. And it looks like Zensi continuously on fire. 4 eliminations, the first squad to get knocked out. Vision System, unfortunately, they did not have the vision to stay away from one of the deadliest squads out there.
I am so sorry. I was doing my job at a Vision System. Not the exit that anyone would want, but that's how competition is. Core memory, strong start. It is also a team that we talked about, the underdogs from Thailand, and you don't really get that title easily. And the fact that core memory got off to a 4-point start, it is a dream opening, especially when they have control of Clock Tower.
Yeah, and we were highlighting Cougar as well as to how he was the sub out of Falcon. When you let this guy play, you see exactly what happens, right? First blood material in core memory esports. XKOG picking up the first 4 points, the only squad to get into a tussle early on and to walk away clean, not allowing their opponent's vision system to get away from Clock Tower at all. But of course, that is not to the... we can't really judge vision system all that too early, right? Because these hot drops can be absolutely deadly sometimes. Once again, luck comes into play. You never know what sort of a weapon you're going to be finding out there. And unfortunately for them, luck just wasn't on their side early game in Bermuda.
Yeah, could be on our side though. Sometimes we say something and it just happens.
That's all the time.
Yeah, it sounds scripted, but I promise you, we did not plan this at all. Kyung actually gets knocked down by Peter Afar. Vitality now being caught in the crossfire. The Team Falcons on the tail. I do wonder how this is going to turn out, right? Especially with Peter, it's going to be forcing the rest of Vitality away. They will escape the Falcons. Thanks for now, Diggs out in the air, but no follow-up shots, so Falcons only find 1.
Yeah, well played by Vitality. So if anyone is wondering, like, Vitality, where did they come from? If you know of a squad that used to be known as the Falcon Hunters, Bigatron Esports, they are the brand that was acquired. Vitality, they have got what it takes to really wreck some of the hopes of these other squads out there. But early game, being caught in a tussle, not faring them all that too well. Thankfully, they had their jump pad in hand, managing to quickly reposition Booga and squad now. Core Memory continuing their prowl, compound to compound, looking for those vending machines, because you know you want those helmets, you want those level 3 Wests out there as well.
Yeah, get the revive if there is a need for that. We see Oscar equipped by Cougar. A good time to talk about the very recent update, July 1st.
Bye-bye Tatsuya.
Bye-bye Tatsuya. Good riddance. To a certain degree, I know the whole world hated Tatsuya. Well, not the whole world, but most people didn't like how the direction that Tatsuya is heading towards. We get Oscar back. We get some decent buffs, you know, Skylar, Homer, Cassie got buff. So it gets me excited every single time. And here it is, Falcons catching up to Vitality and finds 2 more bodies to add onto the list.
Yep, absolutely. And this is the kind of pacing you gotta fear if you're the opponents of Falcons. You don't want to be coming across a squad that is desperate to go back-to-back in terms of championship. They are, once again, the champions of Free Fire at EWC 24. They want to pull in 25 as well to their side. And obviously, Club Championship is waiting for the brand. Koja flies away. Peter has got the right gun and knocks him out of the air, putting Vitality down onto the ground. One final survivor. Quest. Oh!
That was the last guy.
Goes out as well. Bye-bye, Vitality. Too early.
Really, really too early. So far, the points have been skewed towards 2 Thai teams, Core Memory and Team Falcons. We saw the earlier video talking that On Fire is the only quote-unquote survivor from last year, but we also saw Peter, right? And it's time to do Peter justice because he also won with the team. And it's good to see that Peter is still got it. And we know Koskyu is behind the scenes as the analyst, and you know, one more departure is definitely a bit heartbreaking, but another fight breaks out. Couple of Riptide Rhythms right towards Alpha 34, and Liz has no chance.
Yeah, not even the time turner could save this guy, Linz. They pulled out the time turner right over the jump pad. Brilliant in terms of execution, but unfortunately, as they try to fly away, EVOS Esports just way too good with those long shots, especially when you've got this Wonder Kid Rasya on your squad. VSK in hand, he's playing on meta right now, walking in with the Skylar. Riptide Rhythm on the buff, but here comes Red Hawks, and they are looking for the birds in the sky. Falcons dropping Kororo. The rest of their players a little bit too far away for the hunt. But Red Hawks with 3 eliminations already. I think they are off to a fantastic start.
We know the psychology behind fear, and most people fear the unknown, and I think Red Hawks are the unknown right now. This Bangladeshi team out of nowhere, no one really knows who they are and what they can bring. Taking 3 points for themselves at the very start. And I think when you play with this mindset that no one knows who you are and you really got nothing to lose, maybe that's the motivation that Red Hawk needs to push it further. EVOS Divine now arriving at Factory, and that other occupants, you have Core Memory, you have Alpha 34, basically scattered around this compound. EVOS, they're not going to make an entry just yet, but I think holding this perimeter is perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you've got Liu here as well. Alpha 34 managing to get away from harm's way just moments ago, but perhaps out of the pan, straight into the fire. They've got a good wall now, blocking off the vision of Core Memory from spotting them out in the open. But the question is, does somebody rotate behind them? And as I asked that question, thank you very much, production. You've got Red Hawks heading straight in towards Factory as well. This is really dangerous. Alpha, they need to quickly reposition if they want to live another circle. Question is, where is this next circle going to bring us though, Husky?
Yeah, I hope we go towards Factory. That would be crazy. That would be a deviation that you don't see often, but I think we might be heading towards Factory, right? We saw the Dinoculars being used earlier on by Red Hawks. That's why they are so confident going to the compound. The earlier takedown on Team Falcons forced them to reset. That's why, look at this rotation. It is so late. They are scanning Shipyard as the circle closes in towards Factory.
And Falcons just playing the game of revival outside the circle. Now, this zone is not going to hurt you all that too much for the time being. They're looking for those coin machines. They're looking for the extra cash in their pockets to get those upgrades before getting involved in yet another tussle. And obviously, with all of these coins, purchasing a jump pad, going in for the very quick reposition is not going to be too difficult at all for Falcons. The veterans playing this really smart.
Absolutely. Even in the bigger scheme of things, there's a couple of teams that like to play it slow, right?
Yeah.
We heard earlier on when Carol was doing the team introduction, she said the boogeyman of the final circle, Fluxo. You see them on the map right now. They're coming in from the southern side towards Mars Electric. They're going to run into Red Hawks if they continue that trajectory. But Red Hawks also understand that they cannot hang around Mars Electric for too long, so they are going to make that rotation towards that western side.
A fantastic read of the circle by both Red Hawks and Fluxo. And Red Hawks trying to flank around towards the southern side as well. Spotting out Team Fluxo makes the right decision to back away, because out in the open, it's not like they can't take a fight, but you're going to be using a lot of your resources, losing a lot of your glue walls, medkits, just absorbing those shots. That's not a fight you want to take. Very smart play from the Bangladeshi squad.
Yeah, we even see them use another binoculars to scan out the same area that they came from. And core memory, they just got spotted out. Shots were fired, and this could cascade into a full-blown fight between at least 5 different squads at Factory.
Oh yeah. AGAL, one of the returning squads as well. Hailing from Thailand, we want to see more from them. And obviously, the bigger question is whether or not Dew is going to be in his top performance today, because we've seen time and time again, whenever Dew is not hitting those long shots, you just don't see AGAL walking away with a lot of points.
One of the few players that has experienced the lowest of point in his career, right? The biggest heartbreak, and still stuck around. Through thick or thin, he came close to a World Championship title 2-3 years ago, and then he never got the same achievement after that.
Look at that. Something so rare, man. The portal goal being used after so many seasons.
That is an expensive investment, but it did put core memory in a decent position.
Yeah.
But I do feel if this circle closes down to the southern side, core memory are going to have to jump.
I think this is a brilliant play from Core Memory, using that portal go to get on top of the silo. They've got that bird's eye vision. They've got the long-range weapons in their hands as well. You've got the Woodpecker on their side. You've got the AC-80 that is spotted out as well. I will not be surprised if one of them got to their airdrop to pull out an AWM. But we have to catch up with them in a little bit. AGAL, as they rotate around, the bigger question is, will they be able to find the players of hot shots before they find them? Because this next circle is going to be really important, and quite a number of teams are betting on the fact that it's going to be at Factory, and that is where we go. So AGAL is most definitely going to be pulled straight towards Team Hot Shots, and this is just not good for business. Fluxo on the way into that circle as well. There's a potential 3-way outside the circle, because neither one of these 3 squads can sneak in towards that next zone undetected.
This is such a Fluxo thing to do, right? Playing it slow. We know that they like Mars Electric, and there's a good chance that that's where they're looking to take over. But with this circle moving closer to the western side of the map, I think Fluxo might just think about booking it straight into Evo's Divine and Red Hawks, and maybe giving AGAL a free pass towards Pochinok, where they will meet up with Hotshot. Finally, the southern side of Clock Tower is where Team Falcons have perched their birds for now.
Rain Gaming, a team that we haven't highlighted all that too much just yet. Qualifying in here from the 4th spot out of Brazil. Built for the big stage for sure, despite being overshadowed by Fluxo pretty much all the time. This is a squad that has got consistency built into them. You want to see a little bit out of that as well. Recent top 6 in the global finish as well. So this is a team that brings in a lot of promise to the ZWC stage.
You see the airdrop collected by Team Falcon, so they were able to finally take their time and get ready for the end game, right?
Yeah, that's a big play there.
It's incredible. The fact that they were able to really read the situation right, understanding that most teams are going to head for the circle, and Fluxo likes to play south side.
Yeah.
Falcons got the entire north arsenal to themselves, and now they are ready to begin a potential siege into Factory, but I think the smarter way is to wait for Alpha 34 or Evo's Divine to start an engagement.
Yeah, and you know we are on standby for some pandemonium. 12 minutes in, 10 squads still alive and kicking. Each and every single squad stacked with players. 40 players out there on the battlefield right now. And this circle is going to get a tad bit too tight in a couple of seconds. This does not look good for some of them who are outside of Factory, baby.
And I can't believe AGAL ran into Fluxo. MT7 needs to go, but at least they found Horace Dew. with the backup of the rest of his team, and the play zone knocking down MT7. Fluxo down to just Bobs against the might of AGAL. This could be his final resting spot on Bermuda. Bobs has nowhere to go, takes the launch pad, wants to escape, but Cypher says no. Fluxo are out.
As anticipated, they bump into each other on the way towards Factory, and Fluxo, unfortunate in the first bout, the first engagement they get into, they walk away with just 1 point on their side. But of course, they've managed to take away a player from the side of AGAL. Perhaps that will punish them a little bit later on. Virtus Pro circling on in. Hot shot. Can't get the job done just yet. And Pain Gaming showing them exactly how to get the job done. Action stealing away Diamond from their hands. Pain Gaming a tad bit annoyed, but they will go all out to shut down Hot Shots as well, who have not gotten into the factory compound just yet.
Virtus Pro, a desperate move to beeline into Factory, did not pay off at all. Completely sandwiched by two different squads. And because of that hot shot, they now get some room to breathe. They have ended up alerting Pain Gaming of their position, but it is still a far gap to close. We see even on the kill feed, Red Hawks, they are starting to make their presence known.
Okay, X-Bozzy now needs to start to move. He's got the VSK in hand. Good rate of fire off of that sniper. But the question is, if you bump into too many players, what can you do?
Red Hawks took out AGAL. That is impressive.
Very.
And here comes the siege. Next on the list going to be Evo's Divine. Not an easy one, but Flicker, you see the smile on his face. They're feeling really confident about this.
Yeah, man, this is not the kind of zone you want to be flirting with. And Red Hawks circling on in. And this time it's going to be up against Esports. But Nate from afar. Rasya wants a piece of this and he finds Scooters. Coachil with the God Nate. Ray with the M590 looking for one for himself as well. They won't find those glue walls first. And quickly repositioning. Smart play out of the Indonesians. Flicker, the final one standing here for the side of Red Hawks.
Impressive, just perfect frag from Kochu to set the team up for success. Red Hawks runs in game 1 ends right here. Virtus Pro also out of the equation. And now we're down to just 6 teams. Evo's Divine now having to come into Factory for the perimeter. They gotta deal with Falcons.
Yeah, as expected, back-to-back eliminations here, just way too crowded. But surprisingly, the action hasn't gotten out of hand just yet. And look at Falcons, man, from being close to wiped out, they are now one of the top 6 squads, and they are all geared up for victory here. Peter and squad, they've got the loot needed, they've got the weapons needed as well to find dominance in this final circle. See exactly how they circle around as Core Memory Esports needs to now get out of this factory.
That silo play early on is paying off. They get such a good position to work with, eliminating Hotshot Esports in the process. And we see now the battlefield is starting to light up. Team Falcons making their presence known, taking out the members of Pain Gaming and Alpha 34. The Brazilians completely vanquished.
Yeah, 6 eliminations, make that 8 now for the side of Falcons. Core Memory Esports circles around, looking for a victim. They will find nothing except an empty part of this circle. Great position to hold on to. Falcons up against EVOS on the other hand. From the wall, those MGL shots are going to find the connection, but for the time being, there's a little bit of a peace treaty between the two.
Core Memory is just going to let this play out on the northern side. There's nothing that they need to worry about except for a moving circle, which they will start to lean into. But for Evo's Divine, making it past this wall is going to be a mountainous task with Falcons guarding it.
Oh, fantastic. As the circle now looking for the reposition. 3 squads left in here, all from Southeast Asia, 2 from Thailand, 1 from Indonesia. Who walks away with the very first booyah of the day? Kororo has got the weapon of doom, the M79 grenade launcher in hand, trying to lob those nades over the wall. And immediately as the Indonesians hear that, they back away from that wall, wanting nothing to do with his weapon. But the question is, can they play this circle without putting themselves in danger? The first team to rotate around usually is the first team to get punished. And the Riptide Raider breaking down the defenses of Core Memory. Ray wants a piece of this. Rosa in hand. Cougar just not the right weapon for a CQC and runs straight in with the Oscar. The Valiant Dash drops the players. And it is EVOS that crushes Core Memory.
A Valiant Dash in vain. And Evo's Divine now stands toe-to-toe with Team Falcons. We've seen this play out last year in the final round of the Grand Finals. Deja vu for both teams, but both teams with a new face overall. And now Evo's Divine, they sort of know where Falcons are going to come in from. Rasya is going to be the key.
First time the Valiant Dash making its appearance here at EWC, and it's such a solid play as well from the side of EVOS. On fire, has got the weapon of doom. M590 in hand, aim gone, looking for one, but all he finds is the Fluxo. Shield finds the back of a player from the side of Falcons. Peter hanging on for his dear life alongside On Fire, and Falcons from champions of the previous year, EWC 24, to champions of Bermuda as we open up Free Fire at EWC 25.
Just like what most people would expect, Team Falcons once more rings in the first ever opening win, setting another benchmark for the Free Fire EWC 25. But I gotta say, this final circle brings back so many core memories from last year. EVOS Divine once more came close, but the kryptonite have always been the Falcons.
Your number 1 and number 2 squads from EWC 24 appearing in the final circle of the very first opener match. Dude, it seems like we scripted this. It cannot get any better than this, Huskies.
There's no way that we could write a script that is as good as this. But it really sets the precedence for the rest of the team. And even when we look at some of the competitors that were knocked out early on, I gotta say, teams like Red Hawks also made a splash. Hotshot Esports also made an impact by threatening teams like Virtus Pro as we approach the end game. I think if you're EVOS Divine, there's nothing to be disappointed about that round 1. Rasia put up a hell of a show. But at the end of the day, when you're up against Falcons, you have to be at 101%.
And Red Hawks managing to shut down AGL as they would desperately try to get in towards that factory compound. That was perfect. We wanted to see more from the squad out of Bangladesh, and we get to see exactly what they're worth. Red Hawks definitely in the top half of our leaderboard, as we're going to spot it in a little bit. But this was a phenomenal start of the day. We're going to be taking a quick short break, guys. When we come back, it's game number 2 at Purgatory, baby.
Triple kill.
มาดิเล่นได้กดซ้ายไล่ซ้ายตีแล้วไปดิไม่เกี่ยวไล่ซ้ายเลยสกัดเลยนะร้อยเลยกันแล้วตีเป็นโดนใบอยู่นะเว้ยโดนใบอยู่ไม่ต้องรีบบอกขวามาคนนั้นนี่นะM7จะหมดเหรอเพื่อนเก็บปืนรอดูกูหน่อยหน้ากูเต็มเลยมึงรีบได้ปะได้อยู่4 ได้จ่อยวอลได้ปะร้อยนึงข้างในเนี่ยชิดกูมีออดก้านะเว้ยขวาเนี่ยกูมีเหมือนกันที่2นั้นหรอขวาเนี่ยตัวเดียวเจนกดตัวนี้ไว้อัดกูเฮียโดนดาวสวยแต่ได้บ้านมือกูหน่อยพีเตอร์มือกูหน่อยดิเดี๋ยวกูเล่าพีเตอร์เจนเฮ้ย
The calm before the storm as we see Falcon's point of view before they secure the first ever booyah here at Free Fire at EWC 25. And one of the storylines for the team going into EWC was the fact that there was a lot of uncertainty. The roster had changed vastly. We only had On Fire left. And so people questioned whether Falcons were going to be able to bring it back. And I mean, I think this is enough proof in the pudding, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We were not expecting Peter to go back. Thus, like, it's only on fire that we only saw in that video. But Peter finally showed up. Finally, like, really ramped up the game of Team Falcons, and this is the result.
I think for the most part of it, at least we see that on fire. As soon as they got that initial pick, I wish we had like an English Thai member a part of our group, because then we can understand what's going on with the comms. We saw them take it really slow, but that sudden pick onto Aim God just opens a lot of opportunity for the team to start flooding on in.
Well, I felt them like really energetic, right? So I think it was like good words, maybe, but I would like to know too.
Absolutely. Now here's the match rankings for our previous matchup. Team Falcons sitting on the top of the nest, because we did have the Falcons nest here in Riyadh, and already off to a great start. First game of the day, first on top of the leaderboard, securing a whopping number of points. Some other teams, though, not so great performances. I know, Raja, we had a quick discussion during that break just now. The Brazilian team's looking a little bit slow today.
Yeah, I think it's because the AJ team, the teams from Asia, they normally are more aggressive, and I think Fluxo is feeling something now that they just got wiped out really fast. So I think they need to improve more the game, like be more aggressive maybe, because as I'm saying, like right now, Thai teams and Indonesian teams, they are really fast. Like they wiped every squad like really fast, and I couldn't even like blink my eyes, and then everything just it's
done.
It's done. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Gideon,
Yes.
you mentioned to us just now on the panel during that break, lots of active skills being utilized this match.
Yes, no. Again, after we saw the initial patch come on through, we're thinking that maybe Tatsuya is just, dead in the water, right? Is there any use for him still, especially unless, you are guaranteed to almost secure a kill? You must always go in as two. You must always look to try and find these eliminations fast and then start kind of snowballing out of control. But now I feel like the game has taken a more tactical approach, right? Great utilization of Oscar, and not to forget, of course, you got to pair it up. Those Riptide rhythms still as deadly as ever to open those holes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you have a great sniper, the Skylar, the Riptide rhythm, that is a must. Now, the Oscar, though, probably it's because of the 1st of July changes for Tatsuya, so we barely see Tatsuya being used. Oscar, that's a great play. It was pointed out by the caster earlier how they managed to use that in perfection. And as you mentioned, Raja, I mean, as quickly as that, they managed to eliminate a squad.
Yeah, and then Neptune, I think you put EVOS as one of your top picks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why did EVOS really fall short in that matchup? Because they looked really good in the initial fight. It was just that last closing battle with Falcons. Like, where did they kind of fall short here? Was it positioning? Was it a weapon disadvantage? Like, what really held them back here?
I think they're trying to keep distance because Razia, the sniper of the team, usually it's a 3-1 split for them. And because it is a small circle already, there's not so much of space. Even the position of those silos and the wall, so they couldn't get away from that. And once Team Falcons managed to use that Oscar against them, they just started falling down. Only Cold Chill was remaining, and there's not so much that you can do in a 1v2 situation.
Well, I mean, that's not it. And that's not the only part of the story, because I feel like EVOS Divine notoriously aren't a team that kind of plow through multiple teams at once. They're always, hey, I'll take you on. Okay, quick reset, and then we go back out again. And unfortunately, the call from Aim God was like, all right, we got to take a step back. Had they just taken a 0.5 moment to, hey, show some presence against them, maybe Falcons would be a little bit more hesitant to walk up or force them to use a couple of glue walls, get those resources out early.
Well, I think we need to see for the next matches, because they need to keep they need to keep the same game that they did in this last one, because I'm not sure if this will affect, for example, the Brazilian players. I think they can be like different from the next match, and I'm really anxious about it because I don't want to see this things happening, but of course, course, we all had like high expectations from Team Falcons, and they really did it. They did an amazing job, actually.
I think not only an amazing job, but I think, I feel like just based off of not only the landing zones, but a couple, even, Alpha 34, taking their time, they denied points at the very end. So it feels like Latam as a region is looking to kind of download how everybody else wants to kind of move across the final few, especially those last 3 circles before anything else.
I mean, one thing I know for sure, especially for Falcons, they want to ramp up into points. And then after that first match, they will study the opponent. So I think there will be a slowdown on the next map. The other teams will be ramping it up, but they will just be like the Falcons, like flying through the sky. Like the eyes are on them, studying where they will be rotating, and then later on, we'll see more elimination.
Yeah, and it's good to add that they did like a bunch of eliminations. I think it was like 15 maybe. 15? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But it counts a lot. Like talking about points right now, it's really important to them, so they can be like slow in the next match. I think it's safe for them to do it.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there, because we see some teams, and I think this is historically a Free Fire thing. Anybody that does well during the knockout stage never wins the tournament. Ooh. So, do you really want to do well during the knockout stage? Because you might be giving away too much information to your opponents, right? There's a lot of mind games that happen with Free Fire, and you need to be very careful to play good enough to make it through to the next stage, but not too good, in that people figure out where you like to drop, how you like to play. It's a very scary time to be a Free Fire player, but we're looking at the best of the best here. So they're clearly confident in their skills. Raja, we are definitely going to have to keep an eye on the Brazilian teams, right? They're not happy with everything on Bermuda, but we're going on to Purgatory next. Is this a map that is a little bit more suited for the Brazilian teams?
I think Brazilian teams appreciate this type of, the classic ones. So in my opinion, Bermuda and Purgatory, they are the most classic that we have in our Free Fire, so I think they can be really safe. And the landing spots of the Brazilian teams are really good, but we just need to pray that no one try to get into our landing spots, since the Brazilian teams really didn't like a really good job in the last match. So I think it's good to consider, but it's difficult to say something about if they will be good or bad. But well, I actually heard a lot about teams from Asia is studying our game, so that's actually true. So probably Brazilian teams, they are like studying too the games of the Asian players.
I can actually confirm on this, right? I think that even from last year's EWC, a lot of Southeast Asian teams were looking at how Brazil was ended up playing, because a lot of them were pretty shocked that most held their ground against them, and therefore now coming into the second year of EWC, they're like, no, this cannot happen again.
Well, survivors, it looks like we are ready to jump into game number 2. Purgatory is our next map here for Free Fire at EWC 25. Throwing over to our casters, Husky and AJ. Take it away for game number 2.
Thank you very much, panel, and I am in absolute agreement with Haja. Consistency is key, but I am worried for the Brazilians a tad bit here, because we see with our little eye what you guys do not see just yet, but we will keep the surprise for you in a little bit. You're back with your boys, the Mustachio and Husky. What a fantastic Bermuda showdown that was, but of course in game number 2, Husky, at Purgatory, neither heaven nor hell, these boys are about to be tested.
Hell have now Fury like a team that is hungry for the win, and I gotta say, coming into game number 2, especially when we look at Purgatory as a map, one of the classic like Raja mentioned, but also one of the biggest that we have.
Yeah.
And usually it would instill the habit of teams playing slower, making bigger rotations, right? And it might benefit teams like Fluxo, AGAL, Team Falcons who have adopted that. As we hop into the map, we see the teams start to parachute out. VP is a team that loves Mode House, but for this map, Mode House is not a point of consideration, because the flight path is pretty unforgiving.
Pretty deadly, brother.
We are going south side. close to Central Fire Brigade and Lumbermill. You know who's happy?
Yeah.
Team Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons.
They love it.
Absolutely. Fluxo, on the other hand, usually their drop spot at Mount Villa, they're going to try to potentially get there. Question is, because of this skewed flight path, do they get some uninvited visitors here as well? Because we do see Pain Gaming heading in roughly that same direction alongside Core Memory KOG as well. Fluxo, once again, going to be trying to play the edges of the circle. We'll catch up with them in a little bit because for the time being, look at how spread out Falcons is out there.
This is insane. Falcons did their homeworks. Most of the time, if you take Lumbermill, you take Lumbermill.
Yeah.
But spreading out like this means that Team Falcons, they know exactly who they're going up against.
Absolutely, yeah.
Virtus Pro, they are still booking it close to the Moat House area because that's where they feel comfortable with. We see Force being taken by Vitality. Usually they might make a rotation to Ski Lodge. At least that's how they've been doing it for most of the time. Earlier conflict at Brasilia, we see Red Hawks, we see Alpha 34, and we also see Evo's Divine. Evo's Divine coming out on top in this earlier engagement. AF only getting one, but one is not enough. Kochio actually throws his body at 1-7. He needs to clutch this up, but maybe around him, it's not going to be easy. And he will be cleaned up. Evo's Divine off to a great start.
And Alpha 34, unfortunate for them. They only pick up 2 points after shutting down a couple of players from the side of Evo's Esports. But of course, that doesn't continue. Hot shots though, hearing all of those gunshots slowly circling in towards the compound of EWOS. Question is, do they survive? In the meantime, we also have Vision System. They got taken out a tad bit too earlier on in Bermuda. Can they survive long enough up against Red Hawks? Kudush says no. The Mag 7 to the chest. Joda out of the equation already, and just like that, we see Vision System down in the dumps once again.
Red Hawks once more. An explosive start to the round. 3 points. Vision System completely crippled, bruised, and battered. They have to somehow recover. Good news is that unlike round number 1, they still have one survivor. But when you look at this replay from Red Hawks and Najat, really just right on the money with the trigger finger. Every single shot is coming true. Evo's Divine as well. Even off screen, we see Bobs taking a number for himself.
Yeah, and you know, a little bit unfortunate here for Vision System because we did see Shix getting aimed a tad bit earlier on. So Red Hawks know exactly where their opponents are. And the Bangladeshi squad is making a conscious choice to not go in here for the chase. Vitality, on the other hand, in a little bit of a pickle. They fly straight into AGAL. Those grenades doing heavy, massive damage alongside the FGL, but Koja stepping in at the wrong time, facing the F590 down onto the ground. Instant pickup thanks to the Tiva, but Kyong now put down onto the ground, and Vitality losing too many players back to back.
Yeah, Cypher is low, but not low enough to be knocked down. Vitality wants revenge, but AGAL is not gonna make it easy. They gotta work for it every step of the way. Koja getting knocked down once more by Chinoy as the numbers of Vitality dwindle. Diggs is number 4, and AGAL deny a revenge.
Oh, fantastic play by AGAL. They were the receivers in that battle. It was Vitality that came flying up straight against them, and a great opener from Cypher with that M590. But now Hotshot up against EWOS, and unfortunately for EWOS, they are meeting their end very, very quickly because it was a double player reset earlier on. Hotshot just got 3 points off of them.
Good stuff for Hotshot. Taking out stragglers first in the long run will benefit you. And I think teams who are more experienced, right? We talk about the SEA and the Brazilian teams, they are willing to give away bodies for info because they will get that revive afterwards. But for teams like Hotshot, like Red Hawks, these points matter a lot.
Oh yeah.
We see Pain Gaming and Alpha 34 at each other's throat. Noda X gets knocked down but instantly gets brought back up to his feet. Revive for Evo's Divine once more. Unfortunately for Goose, is a bit isolated.
Yeah, Pain Gaming has got the advantage here up against Vision System. Can they get away? Pain Gaming, their debut at EWC alongside a couple of boys from the side of Vision System. Some of them do have a little bit of experience here at EWC 24. And because of the lack of numbers here, they are going to be in a little bit of a downside. Good time to pull down in the nick of time, but Gus steps out on the wrong side of it, gets nailed down to the ground. Peter, wrong gun for the situation, but thankfully they've got the numbers for backup. Maxi gets taken out, brought right back in.
Pain Gaming with 3 points, and they have finally quelled the aggression from Vision System, and Jigs unfortunately will just have to stay hidden. But early on, we saw a kill order put out on him by Virtus Pro, and they are hunting for that elimination.
And they're just right behind him. Unfortunately, I don't think Jigs is going to be surviving for any longer now. They'll have to catch up with him in a little bit. Fluxo, 2 points early game, flirting with the edge of the circle, heading straight in towards Maxi. They spot him out, butchers in alongside MT7. That AWM, you ain't gonna get away that easy. Maxi gets snuffed out. And once again, Vision System on the back foot.
Core memory right across, Jump taking a heap of damage. Now they're gonna try and spam that glue wall. It goes down. Jump trying to play some footsie work. Actually gets to cover, but Fluxo now kicks into high gear, running straight at Jump, but they have no idea where Kuge is just yet. Jump not able to buy enough time, and Bobs finds that knock.
A beautiful play with that XM8. Gets the headshot, puts Jump down on the ground instantaneously. Core Memory XKOG, they've got the numbers overall for the survival, but Kuge is in hot soup right now. Surrounded by the players of Fluxo, he's about to meet his end in a little bit. EVOS continuing their onslaught up against Hotshots, down in numbers. Rasia, does he have the snipe in hand? Has got the plasma gun, but nothing up against Action Squad. Has got the rate of fire, and Rasia gets knocked down as well. EVOS again on the back foot. 2 more survivors left out there.
There can only be 1 out of 2 Tigers on the top of the mountain, and so far the Pakistani Tigers is reigning supreme. Evil's Divine still in it with 2 members. Very, very crippled in terms of manpower as we are heading deeper into the mid-game. 7 minutes. Evil still has some time to bring the members back and restructure, but it has to happen quickly.
Virtus Pro not really hunting much out there, looking for those coins, still outside the blue zone, just tanking a tad bit of damage. This one's not going to hurt that too much just yet, but in 18 seconds they will feel the pain. But getting into the circle and a double Arbon scan right in front of them as well. Those Dinoculars used well to find the rotation, but unfortunate for them, yeah, Dinoculars didn't scan anyone, but players are rotating in towards their compound a tad bit later. They're about to be in for a surprise. X-Posse on that high ground. AWM VSK in hand. A double snipe setup for one of the most dangerous snipers, Motovia. Riptide Rhythm breaking down his defenses, and Ray from the back takes advantage.
And Ray should know that there's more than just Pain Gaming, because more than just Virtus Pro. Pain Gaming is right around the corner. This rotation for Team Falcon is also coming in from the southern side as we get a bit of a ceasefire on the northern part of the map. Airdrop collected once more, 8 minutes into the game. Sitting speed up, Ray. Can he navigate this? 3 different teams, 3 different players.
Diamond going in here for the hunt. A124 pop. Ray stood no chance. Woodpecker around the corner. Barely needed to use his M590, wasn't in shooting range, and no problem whatsoever. This is one of the deadliest tactics that the Thai squads bring onto the table. Everyone's a flex player. They've got the range for shot all along.
I think Aim God is Evil's Divine's last chance, because Kochu, he really wants to book it for the vending machine, but he's about to get surrounded by AGAL and Virtus Pro. We're going to check in on them in a little bit, because Fluxo now with 6 points are already doing so much better compared to Game 1 as they start to make that deep rotation towards the circle, but they're going to cut through the southern island.
I'm actually surprised nobody chose to hot drop Fluxo at Mount Villa, even though the flight path was leading everyone right there. Team's kind of playing it safe, and it is to the benefit of the Brazilian champions. They are most definitely looking to dominate out there once again. Driving straight in towards Core Memory, hopping out of their vehicle a tad bit too early here. Don's all alone, but some warning shots fired straight at them for him to rotate back in. But unfortunately for Don, man has got no backup.
Jump and Zenzi are on the other island. Like you said, backup is not going to come easy. There is a huge distance to cover. They actually put down the launch pad. Let's see what the call is going to be. Bobs will just order them to go towards the rest of Core Memory. Bobs realizing it's too late. They got to back off as Don springs into action. As the sleeper agent activates, Zenzi finds Butchers in. Fluxo right into the fire, and they are out.
They had the right intention, the right idea. What they did not expect was for the rest of the Core Memory players to be on the opposite island. Shot them out of the sky like little ducks flying around. It's barbecue time later on for Koi. Memory, but the question is, can they get into the circle as well? We'll catch up with them in a little bit. Virtus Pro now in a 4v4 up against EVOS Esports. Virtus Pro, though, has got that high ground advantage. Both of them about to be pressured by the circle in 10 seconds.
The difference is that leverage, that bird's eye view that they have. Because the levitation favors Virtus Pro. Arasia takes a big hit to the back, thankfully makes it out alive. The vest that he has, but for EVOS Divine, at least they could make that beeline straight into the circle if they want to. There is still some room to work with, but for Virtus Pro, if they can stall this out a bit more, it is going to be a nightmare for EVOS.
This is unexpected. Aim God, who was outside the circle, far away earlier on, now slowly circling in. He could just be the one that dismantles this squad. We'll have to catch up with this action between Virtus Pro and EVOS in a little bit. In the meantime, it's AGAL taking on their brothers from Thailand. Falcons, no eliminations just yet, playing the slower game this time round.
A lot of nades commitment. Sci-Fi is about to get flushed out. Multiple ice grenades, and even Frag1 showing his face. Sci-Fi needs to relocate. Gotta spend a couple of glue walls to make it happen. He is the first contact, but Chino gets blasted back on the fire. That is not within the playbook of AGAL, and now they get thrown into shambles. Falcon surrounding Sci-Fi from all angles. He needs to somehow hold on.
Yeah, Sci-Fi desperately holding on. M590 is the right weapon in his hand. Has got the inhaler as well to top his life back up just a little bit, and as he tries to burst himself out of there, Dew finds him, puts him on the ground. Barros though traded out, Dew being found. Final player on his feet for the side of AGAL, and Falcons about to eat another one right up. Limit with the VSK, that's the distraction. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses as well, as Limit takes advantage with that long range capability. VSK finds a victim, and unfortunately it's the final player of AGAL.
Surgical as always. The circle now again shrinks with Pain Gaming against the Red Hawks. Pain Gaming taking the fight straight to the Bangladeshis, but not really sure if that's a right idea because Pain Gaming don't have the help to work with. Motovia, he stands back up and the play zone is gonna knock him down again. Red Hawks are in an advantageous spot. Flicker just needs to play around this building and hold ground.
And Cougar is just hoping and praying nobody spots him out just yet. A back and forth between Peter and a player from the side of Red Hawks, but the pickup is instantaneous. They're playing the Thiva like a champ, and Pain Gaming now just trying to stay away from the rest of them as Red Hawks barricade themselves into the house, but the rest of Core Memory dropping onto off the roof, and Pain Gaming wiped out.
No rest for the wicked if you are Red Hawks. Core Gaming here, Core Memory here, up the mess. Dawn with the ice grenade, knocked down Ninja, jump gets flickered out, and that's already 2 for CXK. Number 3 comes right through. Red Hawks, they do not stand a single chance. Blade instantly dulled by jump, and Core Memory continues their warpath.
Yeah, an unfortunate run here for Red Hawks. They did phenomenally well up against Pain Gaming, but Core Memory just swooped on in, all thanks to the information Cougar gave away, sitting down on top of the roof, really comfortable, waiting for that opportune moment, and the jump pad leads the whole of Core Memory to their compound, and Red Hawks gets taken down as well. Not knocked down by the circle. They did have the Thiva, so picking him up shouldn't be too much of an issue. As Jump and Sensi tries to get up the hill, but Rasia, unsuspecting outside the circle, tanking damage from the blue, pulls away a core person from the Core Memory Esports squad.
That's why you tie up loose ends. EVOS Divine. Now the fate rests all on this Wonder Kid.
Wow.
The new addition to EVOS Divine. We know what he could do. We've seen him in action even before he was legally allowed to play due to age restriction. And here he is. CXK with 12 points. They're not going to make it any further. Rasia also perished to the blue. We're down to just 3 teams.
Falcons. Can they go for a back-to-back? 100% top 3 rate for this squad. Up against, believe it or not, Pakistan's Hotshot Esports and Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, we expect Riptide Rhythm, courtesy of Pakistan, breaking down the defenses of Peter. Yet another Peter exposed, but has got enough glue walls to keep himself protected. The crossfire being set up here by the players right at the back. Unfortunately, Exposy tried to get involved. He will get involved and puts on fire and Limit down onto the ground. Anas takes advantage, and Falcons getting mowed down by the 2 squads.
Such good tactics from Hotshot Esports. They knew exactly how to dismantle the defense of the Team Falcons. Anas is putting numbers on 1-4. Team Falcons are no longer in this game. 11 eliminations for a hot shot. The Pakistanis might have a chance to make a statement. It's them and Virtus Pro. It's the Polar Bear and the Pakistani Tigers.
Oh, Pakistan's in the butt, baby. It is 4v4, all equal on both sides. And Hasuex has got the right gun as well. And what a pull on that Cassie. Linking them up. Action is ready for a little bit of that. The Steffi blocking out the damage from those grenades as well. Brilliant play thus far from the Pakistani squad. Waiting to cut down the distance. Oscar breaking down a couple of defenses, but the super defense with those glue walls erected once again. And Action missteps being put down to the ground.
Yeah, they take the fight straight to VP, but VP more than ready. And Ana's exposed. Virtus Pro locks in. Booyah.
What a play. A little bit too aggressive from the Pakistani side, but that's exactly what we wanted to see out of them. They delivered. Virtus Pro just proving to be the better squad. Patience paying off towards the very end. A little bit unplanned with that Oscar, and that's one of the downsides of using that Oscar. The Valiant Dash, you gotta be valiant enough to get a knock right after, but you never know what's awaiting you behind those glue walls.
And I think Hotshot Esports, they definitely have made a statement piece coming into this. Remember, it's not the goal isn't to finish number 1 in the group stage, is to just finish top 12. And this is going to catapult Hotshot Esports into a good position.
And not just them, right? Red Hawks performing like champions. I mean, a tad bit unfortunate in that bout between Pain Gaming as well as Core Memory Esports showing up. And, you know, once again, brilliant play by Guga as the guy that scouts out the situation, but had the wisdom to shut his mouth and not get involved. Waits for the backup, calls for the backup from the rest of the team members. They use the jump pad, landing on the roof, wiping out Pain Gaming from the back, and like champions, took the fight straight up to Red Hawks. And unfortunately, the Bangladeshi squad could not do much up against the barrage of grenades that found them in that house.
Overall, Virtus Pro showing us what this team is known for, right? The potential of Virtus Pro. You look back at the roster, aside from Saming, who is not playing, and EWC 25 replaced by Huwarat. Previously, the first ever Mobile Masters, they were the champions. They were the first one to lock in a slot for EWC 24. And now with this Booyah, they're in an even stronger position.
Absolutely, man. Diamond, Huwarat, Nameless, all jumping on in here. Brilliant plays overall, but of course he was a tad bit unfortunate. We'll have to wait to see what they can do really on, but of course a quick short break. We'll come back with game 3 in a bit.
Double kill.
ก็จะปรับการเล่นให้เข้ากับทีมมากครับไม่ได้อยากเล่นให้ตัวเองโดดเด่นครับแค่ทีมได้แชมป์ก็ดีใจมากเลยก็ปีนี้เพิ่มผมมาในรับก็อยากได้แชมป์อีกรอบนึงครับรักษาแชมป์ตำแหน่งผมจะเป็นตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์ครับตำแหน่งที่โคฟอยู่หลังที่สุดและก็เป็นตำแหน่งที่สำคัญที่สุดด้วย
This is amazing. You cannot catch the man. In fact, he just wiped out a whole squad alone.
เป็นแชมป์อีกรอบนึงครับในวันใจของผมก็คือน่าจะการที่ยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกครับแต่ก็เคยได้แชมป์ทุกอย่างมาแล้วเหลือแค่แชมป์โลกแชมป์เดียวครับที่ผมยังไม่เคยได้ก็เลยอยากได้แชมป์นี้มากๆครับผมแค่อยากจะทำให้แรปนี้เป็นแรปที่ดีที่สุดแล้วก็สร้างประวัติศาสตร์ของผมเพิ่มมาอีกก็คือแชมป์ผมจะทำให้ได้แชมป์อีกรอบ
นายไม่เหมือนใครนายพลาดนายคือบูย่าตัวจริงใจเย็นหน่อยเพื่อนนี่มันแค่สกิมนะเว้ยมันมีเปล่ามันจะกลับมารับนะเว้ยก็ไม่น่ามีทั้งเงี้ยไม่น่ามีแล้วหน้าเรามีทั้ง2ตัวไหนละ3เลยมันเปิดเต็มแล้วลงไปซ้ายเฮ้ยออสการ์ชนเฮ้ยโหลเฮ้ย70มันเล่นนะเว้ยมาหน่อยเอาการดาวใบแล้วชิกู100 นึงโลดาวเล่นต่อนะเว้ย100 นึงดาวขวากูลากเป็นไปสวย10 คิวเดือดสวยแล้วเดี๋ยวแล้วเพื่อน
Welcome back to the panel, survivors. We've just wrapped up game number 2 on Purgatory, and things are just starting to heat up here at Free Fire at EWC 25. Gentlemen, ladies, my panelists, we are starting to get a better picture of how these teams are performing here at EWC, and so far there are a couple of things we're actually starting to notice. Raja, 2 things for you. Fluxo, not looking so hot, but we also have a team that you're kind of impressed by.
Well, Fluxo, it was for me. I think they are like kind of slowy. Well, they start getting some eliminations, but then they can just get inside of the safe zone. So this was like a huge problem for them. And Pain Gaming, it's like probably the same. They are kind of slowy, so that's not good for them because they need some points. They need to do elimination. So I'm hoping they can do it in the next match. And it's good to see Pakistan teams like doing that well. You know, we can see like Hot Shot. They got some eliminations and points, and it's really good to see because we are not expecting this, right, guys?
No, we went, and remember actually last year, Hot Shots almost made it through to the second stage. I think, Neptune, you would remember this. We were cheering for Hot Shots. We were on the panel saying, go Hot Shots, you're so close. And they might have fallen short last year, but it looks like they might be getting a little bit closer to actually making it to that second stage, Neptune. But Neptune, you don't actually look at Hot Shots. You are looking at Red Hawks. Tell us, like, what is it about Red Hawks today that's actually making them stand out?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Red Hawks right now, it doesn't look like a team that has been introduced recently to the international scene. Like how they play, how they move. I think they studied their opponents, especially from those in Southeast Asia, because judging from the movements, those are Southeast Asia teams' movement.
Well, I want to say that it's Southeast Asian, but I want to see them prove themselves one more time, right? One more map. If they can get another second place, if not find a booyah, then I'll have to agree with you. No choice. But I'm just sad that because teams like this, you're expecting them, oh, when they hot drop, when they start getting into fight, Red Hawks also included in this conversation, they're actually winning out their drops. Unlike Vitality, Team Vitality, please, we can't be botching up these engages like that, right? You see them get into that corridor, AG play it well, take their time, and unfortunately, the hot-blooded Indonesians, this time around, it costed them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vitality, what we call the Falcon Hunters, it doesn't work here. I mean, they're close to their nest, they have their strength, and it's tough, really. But another team that I want to look into is the Booyah Takers in that second match versus Pro. They played it slow, not so much of elimination compared to the other teams, but we just saw the match ranking and they're number 1, even ahead of Hot Shot. So Hot Shots was the elimination leader at that point, and it's just that Booyah moment that made that lead.
I feel like I think at least for me, the rotations are really good. And also the ring did pull in their favor. I'm not gonna lie. They had high ground for a majority of the game. But I think at this point, right, a lot of teams are starting to figure out, okay, sure, you may lose a couple of engagements here. Our mechanics can be a little bit better. But any mistakes from this point onwards, you're gonna need to, call a doctor to fix it up.
And talking about Booyah, that's the reason why it's so important, because our format, it's probably all about it. You need to get that Booyah. So it's good when you see like a team that can do it really well and can do like eliminations and get the Booyah and everything. So I think Virtus Pro, probably they are like really happy for it.
Well, we have to see if the momentum is going to carry for that team, because we've seen in the past, if you grab that booyah, all of a sudden, mentally, you're looking good going into that next game. But we have a bit of an exception because, FYI, we got Kalahari coming up next. But before Kalahari, we're going to give the players a bit of a break just so they can get ready for the hot desert of Kalahari. And instead, we're going to have a little bit of fun with you guys. We have the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib hot takes. Let's have some fun, survivors.
What's up, everybody? We're back with some more content here at Esports World Cup 2025. You're back with me, Gideon. This time, we are going to go for some hot takes with none other than Hot Shot Esports. Hey, don't worry, boys. You don't have to be so nervous about it because it's time for some hot takes. Let's first talk about teams. Do you have any hot takes on some of the teams playing this time round?
मेरे ख्याल से मुझे Falcon काफ़ी अच्छी लगती है लेकिन उनको मारने में ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा and R7 भी मेरी favorite है
Oh, R7, okay. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Who do you think is the worst team coming into EWC 2025 Free Fire?
Pain Gaming मुझे अच्छी नहीं लगती
I'm so sorry I put him on the spot there. That's on me. That's on me, Pain. That's on me. Okay, but let's talk about meta now, right? Do you have any thoughts on the meta? What are some of your hot takes for it?
I don't like this meta because of some teams like मतलब मेरे ख्याल से अगर 120 पॉइंट कर जाती है एक टीम और दूसरी 80 पे अगर पहुंचती है और वो कर लेती तो सामने वाले की तो मेहनत ही था जो इतनी टाइम मतलब इतनी गेम्स उसने खेली है उसे ट्राई नहीं तो एक भुइया की वजह से पूरी चैंपियनशिप चले जाना इससे कोई बुरी फीलिंग नहीं हो सकती
So it's like very unfair.
Yeah.
Oh, but then wouldn't it feel like really good to not have that, even though you didn't do well during the point rush, but you just smash it at the very end?
अगर आपका लक हो और अगर आप मतलब जोन अच्छा पकड़ लो ऐसे भी होता है कि कोई टीम ना आप पे घुस जाती है मतलब आपके रश कर देती है वो आपकी पूरी गेम ख़राब कर देती है लास्ट जोन में तो वो 3 टीमें रहती हैं वो उस पर डिपेंड करता है टीम पे कि वो रश करती है नहीं अगर गलत रश कर दिया तो अपनी तो गेम ही गई
I agree with what he says. It's good. It's a good opinion. Very good opinion. Thank you so much, Hotshot. This is again. Hey, let your fans know who you are, what you're expecting to do. Give some final words before we close this out.
हम लोग अपनी पूरी ट्राई करेंगे ये वर्ल्ड कप जीतने की जितना हो सकता है अपना बेस्ट देंगे
हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे 100% देंगे बाकी रिजल्ट हमारे हाथ में नहीं हमने अपनी पूरी कोशिश करनी है बाकी अल्लाह मालिक है इंशाल्लाह
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it, man. This is sick. This is sick.
Thank you.
Hope you guys enjoyed the hot takes because the reaction on Raja's face when they mentioned baby.
I disagree with that because I'm a Brazilian supporter, so I really appreciate Pain Gaming actually. They have like Noda, which is like a player, a really traditional player in Brazil, and he had like a good experience about like playing global tournaments, you know. So I think he's kind of confident about it. So I wouldn't like worry about Pain Gaming. I think they can do like a really good job. And they have a Peter also, which is a really good rusher too. And well, I'm excited to see them playing. As well, they are not playing so good right now.
She smiled it. I could see it. It's just the rage behind her eyes. She's like, oh boy, just wait. They're coming for you. They're coming.
Well, before we jump into our next matchup, it looks like we are going to be having a little bit of fun on the main stage with Admats and Tash Bunny. Guys, what's happening?
A lot of things are happening, Danielle.
Yeah.
The first 2 maps are incredible, explosive starts. But for me personally, the 2 teams you need to look out for, is Hotshot and Red Hawks. What about you?
Yeah, they have been one of the greenhorns in our tournament, especially from Bangladesh. Red Hawks have been having good games. Game number 1, even though they didn't get the booyah, but damn, being at number 7 for the first game is an achievement. And continuing to the second game, they just dominate the team. However, sadly, could not get that top 3 spot, but still managed to take up Pain Gaming, almost taking up Team Falcons and more.
Honestly, it's looking really good for them. A lot of teams are maybe underestimating them, not sure about what to expect from this team. Regardless, this is their debut into the international stage, and a lot is still in the dark for these 2 enigmatic teams. And for now, guys, we're gonna go back over to the casters for Game 3, so get hyped.
Go, AJ Husky.
Thank you very much to the panel and of course our colleagues at Mass and Tash Bunny. We're about to head into the desert of Kalahari, so put on your dusters. Is about to get hot and heated. Is your boys Husky and Mustachio AJ back on the mic? And got a lot of things to cover. First of all, Raja ain't happy with what Hotshot said. But what are the odds that Hotshot faces off against Pain Gaming right off the bat?
I mean, Raja, it's called hot takes for a good reason, right? And it was a really good hot take. I mean, you got to take your shot at somebody. Pain Gaming unfortunately took the L this time around, but at least they said they love Fluxo, right? They want to. I believe what they said was, you know, Fluxo is good, but beating them would be better. They happened to actually get that done.
Yeah, and they also like R7, so I guess Pain Gaming takes the short end of the stick going into this game. But so far, all the results that we've seen in the first 2 rounds have been unpredictable. Right? I mean, of course, we have the Thai team dominating, sure, but teams like Hotshot Esports, Red Hawks, from the 2 regions that are more underdog than underdogs, are now one of the pack leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you called it out really well the previous time before we went in for a break. It's not about getting that #1 spot. It's just about squeezing yourself into the top 12 and earning a spot at Point Rush later on. And of course, you're automatically in the grand finals already if you are in the top 12. And that's not so difficult, which is also a good reason why the Brazilian fans don't really need to worry, because we've got 2 days of play for Fluxo, and this is the kind of squad that ramps up really late. They're just warming up at this point of time, and you know, you don't want to piss the Brazilians off. The fact of the matter is they're getting beaten down right now. You are happening to piss them off unintentionally. This is going to be bad. These lobbies are just going to get more and more chaotic as we get into the competition.
Yeah, and it's also a good time to remind everyone that 3 out of the 4 players from Fluxo are 2-time world champions.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Aside from MT7, you know, the first one was Yago, but overall this team is not a team to be trifled with. Sure, they've had heartbreaking losses. They've came in second multiple times, be it in local regional tournaments or even, you know, tier 2, tier 3 community tournaments, but it is still a brand that has resonated with Brazilian Free Fire ever since the first gen, the year 0 when Corinthians won the first ever world championship. Fluxo is a very good successor to that era. It's just my only gripe is how slow they play, and I think I want to see a bit more, because I know Fluxo can get aggressive, they can get down and dirty, but with how slow it looks, at some point you have to switch it up. Maybe this round 3 is going to be the turning point.
I think that's key what you just said there, right? Aggression, but it's always calculated aggression. They are capable of it, but they are always calculating as to when to get in and to get into some of these hot battles. They've been playing it very slow for the first 2 games. Obviously, in Bermuda, they kind of got caught off guard a tad bit outside the circle as they were heading into Factory. Second game, it's always a Thai team at this point of time. But obviously, we're looking for more from them, and I'm very sure they will show us exactly why they are your 2-time world champs. We haven't even seen those great shots from MT7 just yet. This should most definitely be those warm-up rounds, but you take a little bit too long to warm up, and these teams that were starved of the championship, starved of opportunities, like we also talked about off-screen, Hotshot Esports. Last year, they didn't even get into Point Rush. This year, if they can keep this up, they sure as hell are getting there. And obviously, another team's got to pay the price by giving away their spot.
Yeah, it's like a very fun game, right? I literally told you about what we kind of had fun with yesterday during our study.
Yeah.
I said that there are 4 Brazilian representatives, 9 from Southeast Asia. That's 13 teams. That's 1 extra team that can qualify to Point Rush. And if we have to slot Hotshot in, we have to get rid of 2 teams. And now, after round 2, it makes you wonder a little bit which team it's going to be, right? Which team is Hotshot going to be able to do just enough to overtake? For me, I think it's too early to say, but there's a good chance it happens.
And of course, you talk about Hotshots, but I think Tash Bunny brought up a really good other team as well, Red Hawks. Duca Gaming, one of the best coaches out there. He's so full of wisdom and intelligence. And the bigger question that I had in my mind was, is the application of that intelligence going to fare well on the world stage? And holy hell, Red Hawks are doing super fine at this point of time. Obviously, they kind of got wrecked by Core Memory Esports because I think Red Hawks were in a really good spot, right? As they saw Pain Gaming getting taken down, they could have taken advantage. That one miscalculation, playing it a tad bit too safe, put them in hot soup. I want to see more aggression from them, just like how we saw aggression from Hotshots in the final circle. But Hotshot shouldn't have gotten that aggressive.
But it's okay. I think at least we kind of see what Hotshot is capable.
Oh yeah.
Right? Do I want them to keep it up? I think moderation is the key.
Yeah.
And hop into game number 3 is Kalahari, one of my favorite maps. But according to what Raja says, some of these Brazilian teams prefer the El Clasico. So Kalahari is not one of those maps. But at least the flight path is very forgiving. Right through the middle, Refinery is going to be a hot spot for the Indonesians.
And the knockout stage leaders at this point of time will be your Free Fire at EWC 2024 champions, Team Falcons. How about that? From not performing well at all during their run at FFWSC to heading on into EWC and starting off things at the very top. They must be really excited, but of course, let's see if or not consistency would be their key to continue dominating out there. And very early on, Aim God is about to be aimed at.
And that's the brutality of competitive Free Fire, right?
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter how you start. The only thing that matters is the end result. As much as it sucks to hear that, only the end result matters. Only those who can step up when all the chips are down is going to come out on top. And at least that's the lesson that Team Falcons taught us last year. Refinery used to be a hotspot for Indonesian teams, right now taken over by Vision System.
And a very slow start here at Kalahari, which is going to be deadly because all the teams will have their hands on those coin machines and, you know, enough room to purchase those hook guns, and rotation around the battlefield is going to be super easy. These snipers are going to have a tough time finding their mark when everybody's hopping up and down. Oh, okay, the airdrop's a little bit upside down this time around, but it's okay.
For us scoring a jackpot right off the bat, getting an airdrop. Could not have a better start. He was the one that just instantly got into a vehicle and started driving the moment he dropped, right? Around the maze, which is one of the few deadly areas, at least in SCA. For some reason, people like to fight in the maze, but if you get control and you get access to a vehicle early on, you get these kind of luxury. And let's hope it pays off for Virtus Pro. They have a good spot to rotate to. They're scanning north side. Well, at least I think it's AGAL that dropped the Arvon and scanned Nameless. AGAL are on the northern end of Foundation.
And we get a quick shot here of Vision as well. They had Vision that they perhaps may be able to find a few extra points out here up against Virtus Pro. And straight in they go, looking for the hunt at the maze. AGAL would have definitely seen them flying on in as well. So it doesn't mean Vision System has got the upper hand here. It's all up until AGAL decides to drop by and say hello, Nameless. Almost got put down there.
And I just said that teams like to fight here, and you know, it's good to see it be quiet, but Vision System is here to change it, that they don't want to play by the book. Vitality against Team Falcons. Want a body for another on fire. Blasted from the back by Evo's Divine. Falcons surrounded by the Indonesians.
Absolutely. Falcons were going in for the hunt onto Vitality, but saved by the appearance of Evo's Esports now. Angor Rasya all up at the top, dropping player after player limit. Question is, did he hit that revival before running on out? The team survives for a little bit longer. Limit getting the deed done, purchasing an insurance policy for the squad, keeping Falcons in. We saw this in Bermuda, almost on the wipeout list, and then they made a comeback for the Booyah, so we can't count them out just yet.
Of course not, but on Kalahari, so much harder, right? So much more open ground that you need to be careful about. Jump getting knocked by GU as CXK now have to deal with Fluxo. That's the Reptile Rhythm. It breaks wall faster now in this new update, and Don will have to back off. Cougar being able to sidestep and take cover. Fluxo down to just GU and MT7.
And the plasma gun, one that we have not seen in a long time in meta, is finally back with a bang. GU spots out Zenzi. Down you go, baby. AWM not quick enough. And GU will instantly pick up that elimination for himself. But here's the problem though, core memory, they are outnumbering the players of Fluxo. Butch is in as well as Bobs down on the ground. Eliminated too early. No vending machine in the area for a quick revival as well.
Great rotation from GU. Does have the hook gun to facilitate that, but Don does not want to let him get away. Actually sees the jump, the timing a bit off for Don. Couldn't really take ground, get a couple of shots off. So GU once more gets into cover, but Don wants the chase. He has backup coming in, and GU now will have a 1v2 on his hands.
Doesn't pull out the sniper just yet, but look at this. Don chasing GU straight into the hands of Limit, perhaps, who's actually on a revival spree, bringing back the rest of his team members. GU caught in a really tough spot here. And the impressive thing is Core Memory just sending in 2 players on for the hunt. They do understand that Fluxo does have another player alive and taking out there on the battlefield. Giu has the right gun, but doesn't have the numbers on his side. Too low on HP. Kuga with the M590 puts him out.
Double kill.
Pretty tough to fight in this environment when you are outnumbered, but a good attempt from Giu. Fluxo still in the running with 2 extra members, so a revival must have came to at some point. A couple of highlights from the earlier stage of the round. We see Falcon and Vitality duking it out before Evil's Divine shows up and just shut the show down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vitality obviously really happy with that situation. They got to scurry away, hit those revivals, and back in here with a full squad. Unfortunately, though, they haven't brought any points up onto the board just yet. Vision System spotting out potential opponents here. Went in for the chase earlier on, but will drop back now to check out what AGAL is all about. Jota with the Tatsuya and the Oscar has got a double dash there in hand, so he's going to be pretty deadly and probably going to give him a little bit of extra confidence as well, but instantly that confidence taken away by Cypher and his headshot. AC-80 to the head and will put the players of Vision System on the back foot as they try to get away.
Instant disengage from Vision System. Virtus Pro will have to face up against Pain Gaming right here at Mammoth. Plenty of open grounds, plenty of crevices that you can hide yourself in and pop up for an ambush. Glue Wall Melter and Ice Grenade both thrown out at that singular Glue Wall. Goose and Peter drops another 2. It's going to take some time for VP to break right through, but enough time for Exposy from behind. Finds the penetration, and VP are looking for a cleanup, but Noda X and Motovia are fighting back valiantly. Pain Gaming not willing to go down without dealing a couple of blows on their own, but Peter goes right down. Fuarang is in the red zone, and Pain Gaming prevails.
And that Riptide rhythm breaking down anything that they had to defend themselves up against the shots of Pain Gaming. They sure as hell brought the pain down onto Virtus Pro. Instantly snuffing out their hopes very early on here. This may just be that comeback map for the Brazilian squad.
Danny hit the nail on the head on the panel, right?
Yeah.
Teams that get Booyah finds confidence and then they blow out the next round. VP being cursed by that, but Pain Gaming really stepping it up. You might have heard what Hotshot said during the clip. Cypher finds a freebie on the Maxi, and that's the last vestige of Vision System out in 11th.
Well, thank God Hotshot didn't take the Booyah then. They still have an opportunity to pick up a few more points out there. AGL on the hunt. Vision System, they were the aggressive ones initially. AGL didn't even play the third party. They just bided their time, waiting for that opportunity. And it all started off with an AC-80 by Cypher. Vision System out early once again.
I know we have a lot of disagreements about Kalahari, but I think one thing we can agree on is that a slow Kalahari game is the scariest game of all.
Oh yeah.
With so much open area. We're seeing Dinocleus being pulled out. Couple of knocks on the kill feed. Ray finding Cypher. Rotation from Team Falcons, finding some safe haven. Here comes Evil's Divine, who have recollected their footstep and retraced it straight to AGAL and finds 6 points, but they're on the hunt for more. Deal in the red has a revival point, but there's no time for any static movement, so Evil's Divine will keep on chasing.
Oh, but Evil's in trouble though. Pain Gaming rotating towards their compound at the very same time, and Evil's a tad bit too busy on the hunt here, looking for the final player on the side of AGAL. Gochil will be able to spot him, misses the first shot, and the jump pad allows him to survive a little bit longer, just a slightly bit. And Pain Gaming, on the other hand, pulling the brakes instantaneously, not wanting to drop by this compound too early. And Evil's Divine finding Chinoy. But the revival for AGAL was pretty phenomenal at that vending machine, so he got his job done.
Pain Gaming found a better bounty than dealing with Evil's Divine. It's the revived member, the freshly returned members of AGAL. And that's free pickings for Pain Gaming if they can find them around Mammoth. Core Memory going for an extremely late rotation, just passing through Stone Rage to the southern side of the map. They're going to reach the sub in just a little bit where Fluxo is holding ground, but you can see that Pain Gaming, they've already found a couple of numbers on AGAL.
Yep. Core Memory in the fastest vehicle they can find out there on the deserts of Kalahari. Probably won't give them much. It will protect them from some of the elevation as the drop-off of these cliffs. And Pain Gaming, on the other hand, 6 eliminations strong. A beautiful start for this Brazilian squad this time round, with Motovia and Gus finally finding that high-octane action on their side. and they are not on the losing end for the time being. And I think chaos is about to befall all of us here, Husky. Only 2 teams out of the equation so far, and this is not a huge map at all.
No, it's like a volcano about to erupt, right? You can see, you can already feel the tectonic plates, the friction. They're about to slide off each other's equilibrium, and when that happens, the eruption is going to be uncontrollable. We are seeing Core Memory, AGAL, and Fluxo collide at the sub. That could kind of narrow down some of the numbers on this map. Bob's finding Chinoi. So Fluxo getting a couple of eliminations under their belt as well. Bob's with the first grenade elimination on this map.
Well, Core Memory has got the advantage here. Fluxo out in the open. Cougar spotted him out already. But as they take damage from the circle, question is when they go in for that strike. Good double glue wall erected instantaneously. Bob saving the squad with the defense, and now the grenades laid all out, and what a god nade by Bobs! And that instantaneously dismantles the squad of Core Memory. They can't get away just yet.
What a 3-pointer from this man. 2 back-to-back grenades, the triple jump, and MT7 finds a Zenzi. Core Memory stood no chance in this fight where they should have had the advantage. And now the rest of Core Memory are going to get dispatched one by one. Butchers it, and Bobs comes in. That's a double for Fluxo, 6 points.
And that's the snipe shot I was looking for, MT7. He delivers, looking for Don now from afar. Finally, Fluxo are the aggressors. 6 eliminations strong. What a stand-up performance here at the sub. But now, dealing with the circle, making it into the next save zone is going to be a little bit of a problem because they're heading straight in towards the confines of Refinery. High ground action once again might just put them out of the count. They need to depend on those jump pads as well as a couple of scans out of those binoculars.
Red Hawks are about to engage with Hotshot Esports as Hotshot started firing at Flicker. He did take the jump pad to rotate from Refinery towards the southern end of the compound. AGAL doing the same thing, about to land right on top of Falcon too. Gotta be ready, and he absolutely is, but Vitality is behind him. Gotta pick a poison.
Oh, what a rotation here by you. But he's gonna get shot at by 3 squads at the same time, and it is the Pakistani players that get the shot in action with the card of all guns bumped in the season and performing really well in the hands of the Asian squads.
We see a binocular scan as well. 5 players being scanned out. I think it should be courtesy of Red Hawks as Core Memory gets eliminated in 10th place. 9 teams remain. Here comes Evo's Divine about to fight the compatriots from Indonesia. Vitality right on their radar, and Evo's Divine on the hunt.
Evo's Divine, one of the leaders at this day 1, looking to continue their prowl into the next circle, but Alpha showing up out of nowhere. Let's see if or not they can get away from this one, because Evos knows exactly what they need to knock down. Vitality standing right in front of Alpha 34. R7 rotating around. Hook gun to get him out of trouble, but they all get sprayed down. By who? By the players of Hot Shots of everyone. At the high ground, they take advantage.
Alpha 34 with that rotation. What was that? They signed their death sentence just with that move without enough information. Evo's Divine now gets to move on forward. They got to bring Ray back up, and they do just that. Ray back up to full. Vitality holding behind this container. Azure 25 has a huge job to do. Sees Kochu, tags him a little bit, forcing Evo's Divine back into this factory area, this garage, this warehouse. And that's going to slow them down for a bit, but Pain Gaming now arrives.
Hotshot versus Red Hawks. That's a battle that we are about to see. And Falcons, yet another bird hopping on into the mix as well. Then some hot action about to kick off on the opposite side of the battlefield. And we get there in time. AGAL, the Jar takes him down. VSS time, baby. Sanjit finds one for the squad as well, but the container, all the Falcons have for in terms of defense.
Red Hawks is playing on the low ground as well as Fluxo now receives some fire, not just from Hotshot, but also from Team Falcons. Limit with the Riptide Rhythm is going to make it even tougher for Fluxo. They're putting up the glue wall, and it's just enough, but a second one comes through. Fluxo could not catch a break at all, but a couple of containers is going to keep them safe for now. Pain Gaming out.
Using the terrain to their advantage. Great play from Fluxo to not waste their glue walls, and they are on the very edge of the next zone as well. So not a lot of space to rotate around. Therefore, Fluxo should be in that final circle. The rest of the chaos about to go down now. But Hot Shots with that high ground advantage. Falcons wants to call their shot here, meeting them halfway.
And Peter has already found Anas, and this is already not a good start for Hotshot. Can they hold on? Sajin gonna get knocked out by Kororo. The glue wall secures this demise. Ice is down in this tree for Hotshot. They need to hold this ground. Falcons knows that. The takeover is one step to completion. Kororo from the flank couldn't find an entry in, but Hotshot, they got a lot coming their way.
Yeah, the Steppy was pulled out a tad bit too late, but it does defend them from a couple of grenades. Now Hotshot's barricaded by their own glue walls. Falcons finally making their way around, but yet another defensive glue wall pulled out. But that one falls like a paper wall. Final survivor left here on the side of Hotshots, and Falcons are not slowing down just yet. Action gets away for the time being, but that's about the end of it as Peter pulls away the final player from the side of Hotshot Esports.
It's either death by the hands of Falcons or by Fluxo, but with that takeover, Falcons currently, at least for this moment, is going to have some space to breathe. It's a good area to be on this high ground, but the circle is to move away from that. Evo's Divine, 14 eliminations as they now face off against Red Hawks on the low ground.
Come on, man. Consistency is key, and Red Hawks are kicking it out there. Still alive, but 5 squads remaining here. Make that 4 as Cypher shows up in front of Peter, who's on absolute fire in this final circle. Circle's moving on. Fluxo doesn't really need to rotate all that too far. Limit with the smart plays, with the glue wall melters before those defenses can even be erected.
This is going to be a tough rotation. Red Hawk wants to make the first move, but AimGod finds Blade, and there's not really much time to bring him back up. The glue wall is desperately being thrown to protect him, but Kutush ends up being a victim of that as the rest of Evo's Divine are going to show up to clean up what they started. Blade takes out Ray with the trip mine, and that's pretty much it. Red Hawks out in 4th.
Out in 4th, Fluxo down by 1 man. They've got a little bit too little in their tank bombs with the rotation. Jump pad now right in front of Evo's. Fluxo, I don't know if or not they are calling the gods of shot straight towards them, but now Falcons at the very top. They wanted double booyah at the start of this day, and they may just as well pull this one off.
Again, they took over where Hotshot was, and it gave them the best position to work with. High ground leverage, and on top of that, good rotation into this moving circle. Evo's Divine getting dispatched left, right, and center. Falcons with 9 eliminations under their belt. Ball's about to run into Peter. This is a good angle for them to go for the swing.
And now, with EVOS kind of slowing things down a tad bit, Falcons are in trouble. Fluxo knows exactly the kind of danger that awaits them from up above. Those grenades could come raining down on them, but everybody's waiting for that circle to close on down. This one is now turning out to be a troublesome situation. Do we depend on those medkits, or do we depend on some final second pandemonium as Butches in finds AimGod, puts him down 6 feet under as well. EVOS has no chance to pull the booyah.
That is good for Fluxo. They got 3 members left. They just have to hold this ground. Starts by taking out EVOS Esports, because that is the contender. That is going to be the team that is challenging them for space. But if they can hold this, they are going to force Fluxo to play level.
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over. Fluxo, a slow start indeed, but Peter, M592 the head, puts down bombs. Your MVP from the global stage, and without him, this one gets a tad bit more difficult. Pushes him down as well. Gio, the final survivor, taken out of the equation, and the one and only Falcons, your champions of Free Fire EWC 24, showing that they can rise up to the top when they want to.
2 booyahs in 3 rounds. Falcons built to withstand hardship, built to withstand the altitude, and built to withstand the deserts of Kalahari. Another clean round, great understanding of rotation. Hotshot Esports was the key, and Falcons swoop in on that.
Brother, in Bermuda and in Kalahari, history repeats. They almost got wiped out. 1 single survivor. The comeback is holy hell real with the Falcons here. It's just the Riyadh buff. They know how to absorb that extra energy from the sun. I tell you, we need to figure out how they're doing this.
I don't know. This team is this Team Falcons are the closest to the headquarters, right? You feel the energy from all the trophies they collected, the plaques from last year. But there's another team that I want to give special credit to. Just a tad bit of mention. Evo's Divine once more stepping it up. Sure, they didn't finish with a booyah, but they finished in 3rd place with a heck of a lot of eliminations. And once more, the top 2 teams from last year are stepping it up again.
Absolutely, man. And with Russia on their side, the Wonder Kid finally able to play on the big stage. The only thing stopping him him in the past was his age. He's just 16 years old. He's got millions of fans on YouTube all through Free Fire, and he's now here to show the seniors how to play the game really well. And unfortunately for him, the Thai team still a step ahead of the Indonesian squads. Esports, although they do beat them in eliminations, they just could not grab the booyah for the first time in the day. But of course, they are dangerously close to that final circle. Time and time again, consistency is key, and they've got that.
Yeah. It's the best definition of your worst enemy is yourself. Fluxo stepping it up in round number 3, right? We needed to see them really pick up the pace, but thankfully in round number 3, not just Fluxo, Pain Gaming also showing us that Brazilians are not to be trifled with. Yeah, the cold start kind of sucked a little bit, but now the engine have warmed up, they're able to start shifting gears, and Fluxo being able to hold their ground for so long is mad impressive.
Yeah, man, Haja tried to trick all of us. They were like, she's like, you know, the Brazilians won't do all that too well on this map. They were rocking it, right? And Fluxo getting into the final circle shows us the fight in them. But of course, we have got the stage. Let's bring up the interview with the winners.
Wow, what we have seen so far. Double booyah for Team Falcons, and of course, some incredible Free Fire matches. So right now, let's talk to Peter from Team Falcons. Last year, he won AWC with his previous team, but also with Team Falcons. And right now, let's throw him some questions. I have him here, his translator, and we're gonna do this communication between us. Okay, first question. What was the talk or strategy that helped you start the day so strong and end up at the top of the standing so far?
ก็สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับอยากจะถามว่ามีแผนอะไรบ้างครับที่เตรียมมาก่อนหน้านี้ทำให้การ performance ของทีมเนี่ยอยู่บนท็อปของตารางเลยครับตั้งแต่เปิดแข่งมา
ก็แผนไม่มีอะไรมากครับก็แค่ยิงให้เขารู้จักครับว่าเราก็ไม่ได้มาแบบเป็นหมูให้เขาเชื่อครับ
So there's no plan at all. We are here just like to hunt everyone down one by one and show them like what we got.
Wow. Okay, that's a good answer. I like that, Peter. And the second question is, you are the defending champions, the reigning champions of AWC 24. How much pressure is there to repeat this title this year?
ก็ในปีที่แล้วเราเป็นถึงขั้นแชมป์นะครับของ EWC 2024 นะครับและในปีนี้เนี่ยเรากลับมาอีกครั้งเพื่อเป็นทำหน้าที่ป้องกันแชมป์นะครับผมแล้วก็พยายามที่จะได้แชมป์ในสมัยที่2อยากทราบว่ามีความกดดันอะไรบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ไม่ได้กดดันอะไรมากครับก็แค่เราก็เล่นตามสไตล์ของเราครับถ้าป้องกันแชมป์ก็จะป้องกันแชมป์ไม่ได้ครับ
Actually there's no pressure at all for him or like for anyone in the teams. We are here just like to defend the champs.
Okay. No pressure, hunter other teams. We have heard enough from Team Falcons. And let's wait what else we are gonna watch for the next matches. But right now, it's time for a quick break. So let's watch more Free Fire actions in a couple minutes.
นี่มาเดินแล้วเฮ้ยกูฉีกไปเล่นไกลๆได้ป่าววะฝั่งนู้นนะจุ้ยฉีกได้นะกูฉีกไปขวาตัวนึงได้จุ้ยล่างนี้หมดเลยบาบนตัวนึงเอาตายแล้วสวยมาเล่นเหลือ4-3มากูมาละเติร์นล่างได้ปะล่างได้กูลงนะกูลงฝั่งนี้นะให้หน้ากูตัวนึงให้หน้ากูจะดาวช่วยกันหน้ากู2ตัวตัวท้ายเพื่อนหลังไป80 120ไปโอ้ชิวสัตว์แค่นั้นแหละกูไม่ได้ยิงเลย
What an incredible comeback coming from Team Falcons. They were almost eliminated at the beginning of the game. They managed to come back and they even got revenge on their arch nemesis, Evos Divine. They were so close to getting rid of the Kryptonite, the team that's causing the most issues, but unfortunately, again, just falling short. Another thing to note as well, folks, Fluxo. This team, unfortunately, having a very slow start today, is starting to wake up. And I know, Raja, you are very excited for this because you know the potential of this team. Let's talk about Fluxo. What did they do right in game number 3?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with you. I believe a lot in them, but I think they are like kind of waking up just right now, which is a little bit early. But okay, I mean, we still have other matches to play, so I think he can decide a bunch of things and we can wait for them like to grow. But I'm really happy at all with this match from Fluxo. At least Alpha 34, it's not clocking to them. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with them, because they have like I mean, they have good players. I actually don't know what's going on.
Neptune, I know you have something that you're really wanting to bring up on the panel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, other than Team Falcons taking 100% in the top 3 rate, because, yeah, they don't show up on the board when it comes to second map, but they're still in their top 3. Now, another team is Red Hawks. Again, I couldn't emphasize it. New to the tournament, international tournament, but they are rocking it this time.
I mean, that's not the only team who's rocking it just as hot. Hot shot! These, again, both of these teams coming into this tournament, yes, one is more veteran, the other is looking to kind of make their name here at EWC itself. It's great to see that these youngins are full of energy and are moving in with a lot of momentum in this game. But speaking of gas and momentum, we're noticing that a lot of the squads who are getting bowed out early on generally are, I don't know, even Vitality getting a little overhyped. Core Memory as well, especially since they've consistently faced up against Fluxo in the past 2 maps already. I think it's really between the 2 of these teams to predetermine who makes it into top 3, if not top 4.
Yeah, maybe a factor as well, it was Kalahari. This is kind of a different map compared to all the other maps in Free Fire, so fundamentally it can be a little bit confusing for some of these teams, and I mean, if you can specialize in Kalahari, you are good. Now, our overall rankings. Can you guess who is at the top? The king of EWC. It is Team Falcons sitting in first place. Our champions of 2024 already off to a fantastically strong start, and followed by their arch nemesis, Evos Divine. Look, Evos have played great, but I kind of wonder, what is it doing to your psyche to know that you are just being beaten by the team that basically stole your dreams last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really for the side of Evos Divine. It is seems like in day number 1 they want to go for a repeat, but I know there's a little bit slowdown that will be happening later on, because judging from the scores, elimination wise, they have more compared to Team Falcon, so they just have to play with more elimination. They can bring it on, and then consistency in the placement.
I think, at least for me, you might as well start off hot today. You need to make that statement, right? Again, we heard in the interview itself that Falcon's like, we're hunting for people. That is our goal. We want to put a red target on our backs because then it's just easier for us to hunt you. We don't have to go out of our way. You'll come to us.
I just want to add that it's good to see Evos playing better, because at the global finals they weren't doing like an amazing job. I don't know if it's the right squad that is playing right now, like the same team, but well, they weren't like really good at the global finals. But right now they are doing an amazing job. I can say it.
I mean, they look great, right? They're getting so many eliminations. Their kills look very clean, right? It's very well planned out. It's very strategic. It's not... I think we sometimes see teams and they get very desperate for those eliminations. It looks a little sloppy. They just kind of go like, YOLO, just shoot anything that moves, and sometimes you get lucky. That's not what Evos is doing. Very calculated, very calm. They're hunting for players, but they're doing it in a way where they don't really get caught out. It's just... they're hunting players, but can you also get the placement points to overtake Falcons? I think they need something to just what's the issue? Like, what do we feel like is holding EVOS back from beating Falcons? Do we think maybe Falcons, they're just strategically better?
I think that Aim God he is smart. He's extremely smart with the way that he coordinates with the rest of his team, but you can't have all the factors in play. That very last map in Kalahari, I think it could have been possibly for them to have a 4v4 as squad v squad, just start clash squatting with Falcons if they didn't get picked off by Fluxo, right? So that's one of those key factors here every single time you go into that top 3 end circle scenario.
Yeah, and seems like EVOS Divine plays well on a 3-1 split, especially with Russia under play. I did mention that earlier on Bermuda. That is one of their downfall. If they focus more on Russia, like the distance gameplay that they have, then they might be losing up on the 4v4s.
Well, we do have another opportunity for EVOS to potentially beat Falcons and grab themselves a booyah because game number 4 is ready to go, folks. So throwing it back to Husky and AJ, take it away for game number 4 here at Free Fire at EWC 2025.
Wow, I didn't know I was called AJ and Husky. You know what? But that's okay.
Are we not welcome here?
Anyways, a lot to be expected here, especially from EVOS. They had a great start today, but haven't really been able to clinch their games, getting that booyah yet. But Falcons look strong.
Falcons looks very strong. They managed to get 2 booyahs in 3 games. That is a very good opener for day number 1 for the Thailand team. And another point I would like to say is towards one of the Indonesian team, Team Vitality. They have yet to shine. They had a very terrible game number 1, alongside again on game number 2. A slight improvement on game number 3, but sadly not strong enough for them to gain points to be in that top 12 for the point rush stage.
Yeah, I think Gideon brought this up on desk as well. I mean, this is a shorter format. You don't really have that luxury, that time to really warm up, find your momentum. It's go hard, go big or go home, hit the ground running. And Falcons is showing us that with that new roster, that's coming in this year, there's a lot to be expected from them, given the fact that there's only 2 players left from the last season with 2, brand new players, and they want to be able to live up to their name.
There you go, 63 points for Falcons with 31 eliminations. We are now on game number 4 here in Alpine. Players has dropped from their plane and it's quite scattered in our map right here. A very good sunny day in Alpine, one of my favorite maps in Free Fire. And it looks like Team Falcon will choose Fusion as their drop spot in this map. And apparently they are not surrounded by any team. As you can see here, they are safe to loot. However, on other side of the maps, you can see that Team Fluxo is going to go Vantage. That is one of the safe point of interest in Alpine. Quite far from the other point of interests, but still a good place to start.
Interestingly enough, I mean, today has been really big tempo. I mean, even before AJ and Husky could even do their first introductions to the game, we already saw a big fight happening here. But anyways, most eliminations coming in from Rasha, Keroro, and Action. You know what's interesting? I think we were hearing a lot about Rasha for many years now. The only thing that's stopping him was just his age, right? And, this is his first international debut, if I'm not mistaken.
Not the first international debut.
He did debut this year, yeah?
Yeah, for EWC, yes.
For EWC, yes. And what's really interesting about him is the fact that he is fearless. I mean, first EWC doesn't matter. I hit the ground running, I shoot heads, and I completely eliminate everyone.
Yeah, when we were 16, we were just focusing on school. And he's here in Riyadh playing for a $1 million prize pool. So that is something very remarkable. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like in the early stages of the game, not much is happening. However, Dogs, it looks like Vision System PSA has eyes locked on towards a hot shot. But apparently, Hot Shot made a very nice pathing inside Dogs, trying to actually avoid a VSE. And as you know, early elimination, early fights, it's not something that you would like to face on, especially if you're on the the other end of the stick.
Yeah, I think some of these teams like VSC, Vitality, were struggling in the beginning of today as well. But now Red Hawks are going super aggressive. They're just going ham right now. They're just trying to find that space, just go into this area, trying their best to break these blue walls, find nothing quite yet. But Flicker should fall next as the rest of the team just hunker down forward, tries to collapse.
but no one's really baiting it.
Oh, Core Memo is actually
Puka already
slowly.
getting that one pick off here, and
Yeah.
for the rest of the team, they're saying, okay, we are done. One knockout is enough, and I don't think we should actually pursue this. They don't want to
Right.
press the issue.
Yeah, the reason why they are falling back is because Core Memory KOG is actually right behind their tail, and it is a good decision from both Team Red Hawks and also Team Pain to actually just fall back to avoid any kind of predicament. Sorry, not Pain, Alpha. However, you can see that CRM pushing forward towards the Brazilian
That is
team.
painful.
And Linz, nice shots, taking down Cougar. Trying to go for a second one, but trying to secure the point first. However, Linz could not fight, but jump has been jumped by Motovea. That was a nice woodpecker shot from the Brazilian.
They are really great at just holding down holding the ground. They're not gonna back off. Jump falls, but they're not done quite yet. The rest of the team now on fire. Zenz will be the next one to go down. Quickly eliminated. No mercy. All kills.
Motovea shining bright here in Snowfall with 3K on his name with that one woodpecker. However, Core Memory has second life, so you can see that Don managed to revive all that is fallen from his team. So yeah, for Pain Gaming, a very good start. They have been very shaky for the past few games, but game number 4, they are clearly in a good spot.
Try for the angle. See whether or not he can just really launch himself onto these players here. Don alone. But Motovea, he is going super aggressive, getting another pickup already. This guy is a monster. He's just taking names, getting kills left, right, and center. You can really tell that this game, he's very hot right now. He's very aggressive. The momentum definitely in his hands. He feels good. But as for Don, he's just hiding for his life, hoping that these two players do not find him. They might eventually do as they quickly make their way to him, but his teammates are rallying, slowly taking up space.
Don or Dondu, a member from King of Gamers, transfers in towards Core Memory. Made it out, save, was not spotted by Team Alpha 34. Meanwhile, Team Alpha Linz is in quite a trouble here. You can see that he was low HP for some reason. Meanwhile, hot shot on Sunside, looking very nice, looking very cool here. Sunside, this place is, for me, it's very weird, because the looting here is just so small, but I don't know why it's still a point of interest in the map.
Really not. A lot of four-way fights happening right now over in that area that no one's really relenting over toward the area where Falcons were before.
There you go.
Long-range fights happening here. As the rest of the team just hoping whether or not they can get that knock they really need it on fire. It's just putting in damage onto Kutush as well. Looking to reposition himself. They jump away. Kutush is very low. Surprised he wasn't able to be knocked out of the air here. The flicker should fall. Getting sandwiched between two different players. Just unlucky for him to be out there in the open.
That is the second death here for Flicker. Nejad managed to actually jump on his own, but it was found by R7 Alpha 34. So Nejad goes down as well. I believe there's only 2. Or is it 1 member from Team Red Hawk? 2, yeah, 2 members of Team Red Hawk still alive. So the Bangladeshian team is still in our game. And yep, quite unlucky here for Flicker. Could not actually flick his shot properly. Meanwhile, Vitality is still alive in Malaysia. Nothing much to be saved by them. And there you go. As you can see that the first circle is about to close. However, on Snowfall, we got Core Memory KOG, we got Pain Gaming and Virtus Pro all in one spot.
They have to fight their way into the circle. Nothing is given, everything is earned. And this circle shifts more toward this central side with EVOS having so much of the space in the middle side of this circle. Things are getting very interesting here. We're seeing a lot of shots happening, but no really big kills happening quite yet. And it's a hard terrain to work with as well.
Right, Snowfall, we still have 3 teams all here. 1 team from Brazil, 2 teams from Thailand. You can see Peter from Pain. Tries to take aim on towards Virtus Pro, but could not get the angle correctly. Finds Fuwara, only a shot hit with that SBD. Let's go for the launcher. Uzi with the Skylar, but nothing to contribute over that active skill. Meanwhile, Pain is still holding Team Virtus Pro in their clutches. Diamond pushes towards the front. Fuwara and Nameless providing space. However, jump from the back knocks down Motovea. And Motovea has been eliminated. However, Pain Gaming is still alive. Peter is trying to find space to fall back. Gus manages to actually return to his teammate.
Oh,
but
nice
at the
shot.
same time, hunting towards the team Virtus Pro. Dawn tries to get that KR skill and manages to steal one from Team Pain. So, Core Memory tries to go for the third party, but eventually Team Pain as well as Virtus Pro exited Snowfall.
Honestly, they've been really hunkering him out here on Snowfall for quite some time. They're battling with the area out for the damage from being outside the zone. And on top of that as well, Pain Gaming tried to be the team to gatekeep these teams outside of that circle. And it really bit them back in the butt. Now they're in trouble. They're getting surrounded from all different sides and areas. Core Memory is making life hell from them. Zen's trying to find the perfect flank with his teammate, finds nothing quite yet. But the jump shot forward from Gus, that high ground is giving him a lot of value in terms of intel.
Yeah, Gus, the lone player from Pain Gaming, still surviving alongside of Team Core Memory. Here comes Noda to provide support. But however, Zen has anticipated the push from Noda. Motovea as well has been revived back again into Alpine. And what will be Zen's next step? Because he's the only one here from Team Core Memory, but managed to get that jump pad over. Meanwhile, Fluxo and Falcon, the double Fs are at it.
Very aggressive. Gio quickly just eliminates On Fire here as well, as the rest of Falcon scramble, forced to leave the zone, forced to give away their space, but Fluxo's work is not done quite yet. They're looking to find any other pickups they can from Falcons, really stop their domination. They've been doing great right now for Falcons, but a bit more quiet in the start, and I don't blame them.
Hotshot has been quiet here in game Alpine. They only get one elimination. Same goes to Vision System. SPA, VSE is still yet to show what they are worth here, because they have been having bad games up until game number 4 here. Meanwhile, Zen takes down Nameless. That's on the kill feed. Meanwhile, MT7 gets a point here for Fluxo, taking out Najat from Red Hawks. And we are back on Zen from Core Memory. He's still yet together with his teammate Jump. Just got revived back. Only Cougar is still on the spectator side. So Zen has a lot of work to be done. But yep, it looks like the circling nicely actually. If you can get the map in, it's actually circling nicely towards Team EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divine has been in that circle for quite some time. They didn't really have to do much rotation. They didn't have to go super aggressive in terms of moving around the map as well. They're so comfortable right now. The only team that's looking to really challenge them is Vitality. But meanwhile, over on this side, a lot of teams are getting knocked down, falling to their deaths. As for Core Memory here, looking to challenge Falcons, going to toe right now. Nice sprays forward, but it's actually going to find Peter in the end. It's doing a great job of strafing and moving around those blue walls. And he's not done. Spots out Limit, anything that moves, he shoots, and Limit barely survives the initial skirmish.
And we have just found out Alpha 34 is the first team to be eliminated here in Alpine. That Brazilian team could not survive any longer here in game number 4. So we're now looking at Team Core Memory. I believe this is Jump. Looking for space to go to the front. It looks like Cougar has been found by Vitality. So the lone player here for Core Memory has to face Limit. Limit is one of the best snipers in Thailand, I say as well, maybe in Free Fire. However, Limit knows where his limit is, has to fall back, does not want to play with the circle, and at the same time, Red Hawks is no more at number 11.
Unfortunate for Red Hawks, they had such a great streak earlier, not able to hold on right now as well. This circle, I would say, is quite complicated to work with. I mean, for a while now, it did favor EVOS, and now it's pulling toward Vitality. If anything, right now, I saw Core Memory, a team that I think did quite a significant impact, also knocked down as well. But for the Keroro, he's running for his life. For Pain Gaming, there, look on the hunt right now. Where the heck is this Keroro frog here? He falls. Forak is the one to steal him away, but Rasha will be the one to steal that point. Pain, yeah, they have 7 eliminations, and they're going on the map like just knocking on death's door. Fluxo somehow on the other edge is going bonkers. What the heck happened there?
The interaction with AGAL finally ends in a good green light. Fluxo takes down AGAL. Now we're looking at Vision System SPA. tries to take a good strike onto a hot shot, but hot shot defending their fort quite well here, forcing Vision to actually fall back. However, Vision manages to actually conquer the first floor, awaiting hot shot from below.
A lot of things are happening here onto the eastern side circle. It's not going to be easy as well. The top side of this building completely covered as well. Just trying to really, I would say, box the players in the bottom side of the compound.
Yeah.
Finds nothing quite yet. But Hotshot's gonna get a bit more active and adventurous. Gonna try and peek outside.
All right.
Pre-fires are good right now. Rushing up forward here. The rest of the team in trouble. But this may be their problem right now because Noda will be the one to get knocked down. He fell down to his death. But action goes huge. Aggressive. Everyone just collapsing. But the zone is going through. Everything looking dire. Everyone looks desperate right now.
Excellent blue wall placement by Hotshot, trapping Vision inside. Now Jota has to force to go outside. Andrak still on the floor. Maxi running low on HP, has been knocked by the play zone. Now Jota is the only one left here for Vision. And I believe he could not survive. Yep, Jota has been eliminated. There goes Team Vision. Now Evos fighting against Vitality, brother versus brother. And it looks like Evos might shine bright here, taking down Vitality. And now we are down to 7, maybe 6 soon. And Evos murdering Vitality. Only Dick still alive outside of the tent, but Fluxo wants blood. Fluxo wants into that fight.
Fluxo is going aggressive. They didn't even allow for the teams to even get that breathing space. And Dix is doing a great job of waiting on the outside, allowing Fluxo to take this fight. Wara falls somehow. Falcons managed to find him in the end. But for Evos Divine, they're not out of the blue yet. Rasha doing great. Big opening onto Gio as well. He's done too. And he's playing with those micro angles above the glue wall to perfection. And what looks like a very dire situation looks to be something that is in their control. They're not done quite yet.
Hotshot is still alive. Hotshot might repeat this. They got second place on map number 2. They really want this booyah. It's only Fluxo, Evos and also Hotshot left on the top 3 placement here. Hotshot has to fall back, not looking good in terms of position. Meanwhile, Fluxo waiting for that third party. Rasha jumps in, nice shot on towards action with the AWM up. FD7 stole that kill. Aim gun goes down towards FD7. Kochi gets towards Hasu, but FD7 pushes forward, disturbing what Evos is doing right now. Rasha has to fall back. It's dangerous for them to be outside. They have to gather, they have to reset and heal. But the circle is moving.
Yeah, this is a rough circle. And Hotshot's doing a great job of just delaying that rotation quite yet, allowing for these two big teams to fight. Kochil moving away for his life. Sajid trying to become the guy who changes the trajectory of this match. And Fluxo falls! Evos, Esports, this is the time to shine! And reinforce Sajid! A booyah for Evos Divine! Denied over and over, but finally, they clinch it!
After a devastating loss on game number 2, despite having 17 elimination on game number 3. Now game number 4, Evos finally reserved the slot in that Booyah rankings.
It's looking great right now because in terms of eliminations, they were definitely one of the highest. They're aggressive. They're a team that is so proactive in terms of movement and also getting that space in that circle. This is a team that is surgical and knows what they want. They prioritize a lot. I think for them personally, they love taking up space first. That prime air circle means that they're able to really abuse all the other teams trying to get into the area.
The White Tigers celebrate their first ever Booyah here in EWC 2025. And Russia with the AWM, that is something to be praised of. And with that, I believe Evos would be on top of the overall table.
Could be very exciting. I mean, looking at the fact that Falcons, looked very strong earlier today, but the readjustments coming in from many teams, I think everyone's starting to get really hot. The momentum is definitely there. But for now, let's have a look at the highlights before we go back to the panel.
So Fluxo started off quite okay, but towards the end, they could not manage to actually close the game properly. Falcon Limit tries his best to hold on as long as he could, but sadly Falcons could not do so. But however, that is game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go to break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back right after this.
We're about to enter one of the habitat, the hibernation area of one of the pro players for Free Fire Esports World Cup. Let's go in. It looks like they are not here. What a beautiful nest. Well kept, I can say. So we can know that one of the players for Free Fire is a very neat freak. You can see that the nest is very clean, very straight. This is maybe the observation area where they could observe the kingdom of stone here in Riyadh. What a magnificent view. The creme de la creme, the survival area of the habitat, the pantry. Our pro players cook their meal. It's quite civilized, I could say. And a fridge, I do not dare to open. We might not know what unknown beholds behind this fridge.
We're gonna move over into the player lounge to see the players truly take a break in their natural habitat. Come on. We got to be very careful to not distract the players from truly taking a long break. Keep in mind, competition is always going to be tough, mentally taxing. So therefore, with only the best that can be provided for them, they won't take anything lower than suboptimal. Coffee, caffeine, everything a player needs to keep them energized, tough, and most importantly, mentally sharp, especially when they're in the game. Here, we're by the snack station. We've got our workers hard at work making sure that they are filling it up every moment. If it's empty, how are these players going to refuel themselves to keep themselves at the top of their game? The Esports World Cup ain't skipping out on nothing. Come on over. They're not around. At least we know that players, especially at the peak of their competition, when they're done with the games that they want to play, they still are challenging themselves mentally. One of the most important sides, whether you're a mobile gamer, a PC gamer, or even console player, everything is provided here for the player lounge for all of their needs to make sure that the competitive level always stays at its highest peak. Look over here, we've got our PC segments, 2 rows of PCs. We've also got one of our hosts over there trying to be part of this, trying to be part of the player habitat. It's crazy. No, we can't disturb them. No, come back. And right here, we've got the broadcast playing for each of the games. Free Fire is going to be coming on real soon, but we don't care about this right now. We're going to have to take our time here and be very, very careful and very, very sneaky. And with that being said, thank you guys for watching. I got to get out of here. I'm in grave danger. I think the players have caught on to what I'm doing. I gotta go.
No animals, nor players, nor hosts were harmed during the shooting of this video.
Nice, thank you. Kalma. 7 orang. Belakang kita kanan aja ke sini. 100. Ini gas yang dekat. Sekarat banget. Supernya sekarat, kenok super. Nah. Ini satu orang lagi. Gas aja. Nah, satu lagi. Woi, kalem boys. Biarin. Bocil gentot anjing bangsat. Be confident boy. Let's go boy.
Evil's Divine are tired. They don't want second place. They want first place. And what did they get? They score their very first booyah. Team looking really happy, especially through their player cams, as well as their communication. They knew they were very, very close. And obviously the hard work, it did finally pay off. But is it going to be enough to keep the mentality for this team. We've got a lot of things to talk about here, folks, because that game, it wasn't just a simple case of EVOS going crazy, getting all the eliminations and just winning the game. There were a lot of other things that we had to talk about. Firstly, Neptune, I want to start with you because we had an interesting conversation whilst watching that game about Falcons. We've noticed a trend, which we are now going to be calling the Falcons exit strategy. Explain to the viewers what this actually is.
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, every time they lose a player, if two, they have an exit strategy. One pulls away real quick. Like Launchpad is available, you will be able to pull away, and one deals with this as the distraction. So there's plenty of time for them to go for the revive, and then they recuperate and come back stronger. And it happens, if it happens in the early part, then they'll be able to get like to the final 3, or if not, get the Booyah like what we've seen in game 1 and 3. But unfortunately, in that final match, they were just taken out a little bit too late twice, and they couldn't just come back.
And for Raja, you want to talk about Hotshots. This was a team that you are very interested in. And of course, our wonderful guest over here, as you can see, unfortunately does not have a microphone, so we won't be able to converse with our guest. But talk to us about Hotshots, because this team has impressed us today.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. Actually, I think none of us was expecting this, but it's a really good surprise. But I'm a little bit worried about, because it's one more team to, be worried about. I don't know, thinking that I'm cheering for Brazilian teams, but well, they are doing a really an amazing job. They are catching pretty good eliminations, and they keep getting up into this format. I don't know how to explain this actually.
The consistency. I think that's the word you're looking for. The consistency for this team is actually really starting to stand out.
Yeah, so we keep looking at them in the end of the match, and they are still alive, and they could eliminate one player from Fluxo, which it was more comfortable, because he was in he was kind of hiding, and then he just got the elimination, which it was very cool.
It was a very smart hiding spot though, right? Neptune, you saw it's on the low ground, and when you're prone, sometimes it's hard to see players there. And if you see another team hiding behind a glue wall, you're gonna go after them first, aren't you? You're not gonna run around and look for the person on the ground.
Unless,
exactly.
Unless you're the only ones, the only player remaining. Yes,
exactly.
That's when the other teams. But with the distraction that Fluxo really did in there, so I guess that gave Hotshots that opportunity to hide out and then just grab the second place. But one thing I would say as well for Evo's Divine, I guess their strategy is working this time around. We saw, and we discussed this even while the matches were playing, that the split that they're doing, the 3-1 split, yes, it's favorable from the beginning somewhat towards the end, but if it's the final battle 4v4, it wouldn't work. But this time they slowed it down. They know how to deal with each player, and they just stuck together compared to Rasia just going along and being chased by the rest of the team.
Yeah, and Raja, I think we also talked about this a little bit behind the scenes, where EVOS, they played slower this game, right? They started the day very fast, lots of eliminations in the early game and even into the mid game. But for this round, they didn't look for eliminations until what, the 4th or 5th circle, which is really late for EVOS, but it worked out for them.
Yeah, they kept in the top 3. Yeah, so I don't know. They have kind of different strategies, but it keeps working for them for some reason. They are having a really good day. In my opinion, it's one of the best teams. Of course, we can watch we can see this at the overall ranking. So Evos appears in the first place.
They deserve to be up there. They worked incredibly hard. They've secured basically top points almost the entire day. The only reason Falcons fell down was because this was the one round they kind of fumbled the ball, Neptune.
Yeah, we also talked after the previous match wherein Team Falcons is leading because of placement point, but elimination-wise, it's Evo's Divine. And now, since they were surviving a little bit longer, Team Falcons was struggling, so they can still continue on and getting all those elimination and sticking together. 4-man strong, definitely a Booyah would help them. That jump up to number 1.
Well, I mean, do Falcons really care as well? I mean, you don't really need to sit in number 1 because it's just the knockout stage. Yeah. So, moving on, because we are getting ready for our next game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give the players a bit of a quick break, but we do have, I believe, the SNB head-to-head, because that's where Gideon is. That's why he's not here. Hey, Gideon, show us the head-to-head.
Thanks, Denelli. Of course, the head-to-head, the rivalry has already become something that most people wouldn't have expected. 2 Southeast Asian teams are battling out to look for first spot, especially between Group A and as well as Group B. I'm talking about the rivalry that you guys have been talking about. It's EVOS Divine as well as Team Falcons. Now, it's a hefty battle, of course, but it's really a battle of the mind. The 2 IGNs that are setting themselves apart here, I'm telling you, Peter is a monster when he makes his aggressive calls, but Aim God sees everything. That's the big problem that we're seeing from these 2 teams. Too many factors are coming into play, but when we consistently see them make it to the final zone, who can stop them when they've got momentum pushing them forward, and not to mention a beautiful arena to show off what they're playing for here. This trophy is looking good, and I'm sure these players are ready to go. We're going to throw it over to the casters for map number 5.
All right, going into game number 5, it's gonna be next Stera. And yep, as said by our panelists, as said by Gideon as well, EVOS is looking very strong on the first plate with 78 points. Highest elimination among all with 43. And another honorable mention I would say is towards Team Hotshot. We don't see them usually on the first page, but this time around, Hotshot improved significantly.
I mean, AJ had already highlighted them in that first map about how, how the coach is a brilliant coach, how he's able to really lead the team forward. They really want to be able to make up for past mistakes before as well, coming into this tournament. And for them, going hard, going hot now to be able to launch them forward to the top 12 is the goal. And from there, they're hoping to ride that high into that grand finals, granted, because also, we also have that Champions Rush, a change in format for this year's EWC.
All right, here is some last words, some prayers from our EVOS Divine team from Indonesia. They really wish to maintain on that first place, would actually secure them the slot towards the point rush stage. And yep, again, it's not about being first place here on the group stage. It's about surviving to be on the top 12.
Yeah, you want to make it to that top 12 as well. And I think that also has those challenges because you don't want to get knocked out very early. EVOS Divine is great. I mean, I think the panel, brought up something very interesting. Raja especially mentioned that for EVOS Divine, them changing up the pace in map number 4 from a more aggressive, fast approach and now finally a slower one, getting active on, circle 4 and 5 for the previous map. It paid off for them as well, but regardless, it's still high in terms of eliminations as well, which is why they're able to overcome Falcons, they rely a lot on those placement points. They don't get super active super early unless really provoked. And I think that for EVOS Divine, they're understanding that value you get from the points you get from those kills, from those eliminations, really, putting them on top of those placement points as well to really launch themselves forward. They have quite a sizable, not super sizable, but enough points to just really, maintain that lead a bit more.
Yeah.
If this trend continues today, EVOS will be so far in the lead and teams are going to have so much trouble stopping them. Someone needs to slow them down.
Yeah, someone really needs to slow them down. Meanwhile, I would like to talk about the Brazilian teams. Yeah, Team Alpha 34, Team Fluxo, and Pain Gaming. They are not doing very well here on day number 1. Maybe Fluxo, we could
Fluxo is looking
praise.
No, they're looking great right now. They were
Yeah.
slower in the beginning of the day, but after that they found their momentum. It was a Rubik's Cube for them to be playing on the international stage. You're playing outside of Brazil. It's a whole different ballpark when you play with players from Southeast Asia as well. And they finally figured it out. They're looking great. Not quite there yet in terms of a booyah, but they're starting to build that momentum, and that is something super important to watch out for.
Yeah, in contrast, Alpha 34 and Team Pain, they are struggling. We can see their struggles from game number 1 to game number 4, trying to fight against Team Falcons, trying to fight against Team Core Memory. Alpha could not actually get that duel against Team Hotshot. So if they could not find that particular strategy to fight against the Asian teams, Alpha 34 and Pain Gaming would have, as said by the team name, a hell of a pain time.
Yeah, I mean, Pain Gaming, they did have a few, I think, neat ideas in the bag just now. I mean, they wanted to become gatekeepers, keep those teams outside of that circle itself, but what they didn't expect was that all the teams just really rallied to them. When you are cornering a beast, the beast is going to bite back. They're going to fight back. And they were expecting a lot of these teams to go that aggressive, and they were overcome in that particular moment, I think in the last map or so. Now, I think what's really important about Alpha 34 here is that I think Raja mentioned that for this team, they are the underdogs. They're a team that were not expecting to be here. They were shocked to be here, in fact. And, you know, for them to get this far, I think they need to remember that they deserve to be here. You know, maybe it'll take some time for them to figure out the styles of play from LATAM, from Southeast Asia. But after all, if you're here at EWC, you definitely have what it takes to be at the top. So I am really excited to see what Alpha 34 can present to us as a team who are not expecting to be here on the big stage.
Yeah, another thing that was not expected to be here is actually Red Hawks. Yeah, they didn't see much from Red Hawks on game number 4. I think they were got caught off guard way too many times, up to point it's hard for them to actually gain points on Alpine. But still, coming into the game from Bangladesh, fighting against teams and players that have years of experience playing on an international stage, it's something that, to me, might overwhelm them in a sense, but holding their ground very well, especially on game number 1 and game number 2. Red Hawks, I could see them be in the top 12 later on in our group stage.
Oh, I completely agree with you. Red Hawks look really good right now. They started off strong, I think, in day number 1. I'm really hoping that they're not a day 1 wonder here, because that's usually the case, right? You get chalked off guard on day number 1. You see all these teams really shine, then suddenly you get outstratted, outshot on day 2 as more teams start to get into that momentum, get into that groove as well. But Red Hawks look good. They've been, like you said, they've been able to hold their ground. But right now, the problem is whether or not they can hold on to that momentum, because they're getting knocked. I wouldn't say they're getting knocked early. It's toward the middle of the pack. I wouldn't say it's terrible per se, but you did make a big point here. This is a team that is debuting on the international stage. This is a team that, you know, barely has played with in the international level. This must be very, very new to them. The different pacing, the different styles of play. They need to adapt, and so far they've been doing great at doing that.
Yes, that is true. Meanwhile, for the other team, especially for the Melata teams, I'm yet to see them shine, especially Vision System SPA. We've seen time and time again, they try to go for that early game fights. They try to go to try to take early game points, but apparently way too many times Vision System could not fight the opposing team, be it from Asia, be it from Brazil itself. They still struggle in all 4 games. Meanwhile, for the other Thailand teams, Core Memory has shown us a few moments where they are looking very strong. But however, once the game turns or goes into a mid-game, they fall off real bad.
I mean, the mid-game can be quite chaotic. It's a situation where a lot of rotations are happening. They need to be able to win these fights. But regardless out of all of that, EVOS Divine has been doing really good when it comes to their fights. You know, we saw them box into a tent, and you would have thought other teams would just collapse into them. What do? They counter back with their own blue walls, playing those micro angles, finding a nice low ground angle to just really shoot on top of the terrain as well. And then quickly the team just breaks out and just collapses. And I think it's great communication coming from this team, and they know exactly how these executions are going to go.
All right, we are still getting ready into our game. Okay, what's your take for Team Vitality?
Vitality?
Yeah.
Oh, they are...
After game number 4.
I mean, Vitality, you could tell they're really struggling on day 1 today. They haven't found their momentum. They couldn't really win those really crucial fights. I mean, AGA and Husky did mention in the first game that Vitality were supposed to be the Falcon Hunters, and they ended up being the team that's being hunted here. I feel like, in the beginning of the early game, they got a bit too aggressive, too greedy. They tried to change up the way they played. In the previous map, they were one of the earliest teams to get into that circle as well. And still they were eliminated. I think one of the words I remember from a Malaysian caster, Abi, told me, if you're going to be holding into that middle of the circle, you have to be really strong. You have to be anticipating teams coming in from left, right, and center that are going to be just collapsing onto you. And unfortunately for Vitality, perhaps that is not the move because they weren't able to really maintain their position. Perhaps the later rotation, perhaps making playing toward the sides of the circle might be the way for them, but I'm not sure. We had a bit of a break. I'm really hoping that Vitality did figure out what exactly has been the biggest problem that they're facing today.
The reason I'm pointing this out because Vitality is not a new team here. Previously, they were called Bigatron Delta, then we acquired by Vitality. Now it's Vitality. This roster is a very experienced roster. They have played on international stage, on Southeast Asia stage so many times. So every time when I see Vitality falls off, I question myself, what happened to them? Because I assume that due to the existence of EVOS in their bout, they might want to, step up their game. We got EVOS here. We don't want to be in their shadow. Vitality, let's go up. But apparently, for all the 4 games that they have played, nothing can be said about them. Just maybe one good game on number 7 on the 3rd game, but after that, Vitality struggles to get points. I believe they are currently on number 10 with 18 points, and that is not something you see from Vitality actually.
I mean, the great thing about Free Fire is that anything can happen. You can have one really good game and just immediately get launched all the way to the top side of the scoreboard. Granted that the lead has not been super huge, and that's fine. I think this is a day 1 problem. Day 1 is a day that I feel and I still believe is the icebreaker day. A lot of teams are still struggling to get to know each other, understanding what the drop spots are, understanding how rotations are going to go, and understanding the different metas that are coming into this game. I know that, with the conversation with Danily, right, about how the metas are, through so many different regions.
Correct.
Not many can adapt real quick. Some of the teams that have been adapting today has been EVOS, Core Memory to an extent as well, and Falcons are doing really good at that as well. But, for the rest of the teams that are still struggling, honestly, day 1 is where I would say that's fine. I mean, you can really take your time to really figure things out. And, after the day ends, you can go back, VOD review, figure out what went wrong. Was it a breakdown in a miscommunication? Was it the comps that were just not working out? Did we have to work on how our execution is? Was it our rotations? That is where things, you have to really talk to each other to figure out. Regardless, I think while we wait for the teams to ready themselves, let's go back to the studio to have a chat with the panel.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, Tash and Admas. Yes, folks, thank you so much for being patient. We are still trying to get into that game, but bear with us because you can have a little bit of fun with us on the panel. Gideon, welcome back. You were looking a little cute before, just...
Oh, thanks.
A little yellow maybe,
but... Of course, only natural is my favorite color.
But we are getting ready to jump into this next game, but we do have things that we can still kind of address, right? I think we still have that top race for top 2. We have EVOS and Falcons fighting up there. We have Fluxo still trying to make their comeback as well. We have Hot Shots started to come in, guns blazing, and really being a dark horse. Are there any other teams that we kind of want to highlight that have the potential to maybe sneak on through towards the upper end of that rankings here? Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, Hot Shots, I'm pretty sure Hot Shots want to be overtaken by Pain. They're very, very close, and Raja would approve of that, especially with that statement that has been thrown earlier. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, I need to translate to the Brazilian players because I'm not really sure if they can understand what the player from Hot Chat just said, but I will translate to them and then maybe we can start a real fight.
Oh, so they don't know they got insulted. Okay.
I don't know if they will approve it because I know some of the players and they are not that kind of... Sometimes they are kind of angry,
Oh, okay. So they need a little bit of heat. I mean, Gideon, you were telling us just now in the casters area that the stage is freezing.
Yes, it is very, very cold. But at least from the players' perspectives, as the breaks were going by, you can see that the players are going in and out. Some of them are wearing jackets. They are prepared. But then you can tell those who are really eager, those who are like sitting, playing with their chair a little bit, sometimes playing with their fan, no jacket, no nothing, and you can see it in their eyes. There's heat there. There's fuel behind them. There's a lot of gas as well. These teams are extremely motivated to try and outperform themselves throughout each of the individual maps. But I think, I feel bad because I feel like I've started a controversy and I was in the center of it all. Like, what have I done? What have I done here?
It's okay. If we get any complaints later, we'll just redirect them to someone else. It's all right, Gideon. Don't worry. We got you. But Neptune, though, as we jump into game number 5, what are we kind of expecting moving forward? Is it really just going to continue to be this race that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard? Or do you actually feel like some of these teams that are a little bit slow to start, they might wake up? Because we do see this sometimes. Teams just not having a great morning, but it's like after 4 games, it's like, all right, we're ready to go.
I mean, that's the usual pattern that we see in the other teams. It's only a few teams that really take advantage of the chaos in the beginning, especially in day number 1, like what we've seen Falcon do. They just know that they can bring in a lot of elimination and then grab those booyah. But for the other teams, they need that time to study their rotation. They need that time to study their opponent. And I guess Fluxo as well is one of those teams. Now, going into the overall rankings right now, and Hotshots currently on 2nd place, or 3rd place rather, and Core Memory was able to catch up earlier. So let's see if that is something that they can turn around towards the latter part.
Can we talk a bit about Core Memory? Because I feel like we just are not seeing them on the screen, but look at them on the leaderboard. What is going on with Core Memory?
I think it's because they are not being like that consistent, sometimes they really do a great match, and sometimes they just can like clock, and so maybe it's like a hard time for them, but not that much because they can appear at the top 5, which is really cool, but we need to see if they can keep inside of the top 5.
I think a lot of their strategy revolves around the map, right? Because initially I thought maybe they had something against some of the Brazilian teams that kept meeting up in map 1, 2, and arguably even 3, but then ended up losing that fight specifically against Fluxo. So that's 3 maps and 3 times that they've clashed with each other to predetermine whether they make it into the top 3 in the first place. But then we see map number 4 that we see a bit of a divergence, right? We see them drop on the complete opposite side, completely avoiding majority of the team. So I do think that it boils down to, yes, consistency, but at the same time, map presence, right? Yeah. Which begs the question, what will happen during map 6, especially since it's the brand new one?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that has been thrown in the mix, and starting that when Solara has been introduced, everyone is in chaos. But going back to Core Memory, I think the Cougar knowledge, the knowledge that Cougar has from Team Falcons is something that's helping the team to really maintain this momentum, but not so much at the top.
So, do you think, I mean, we're game 5. We're going to leave game 5 because I do want to continue this map 6 discussion, because I'm so keen to see what's going to be happening when we have inter-regional teams playing on the new map. Raja, I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think the Brazilian teams are ready to play Solara?
I mean, I think they probably are like studying other teams, because we are not that into this map. So it's even hard when you need to start a fight with like Asian teams, which they are really aggressive. So it's even worse, But I'm actually not a huge fan of Solara.
Oh wow! Okay, how come?
I don't like that map.
Oh, you just don't like the map.
So if they don't do like a great job in this match, I will forgive them for sure.
I think I understand like the standpoint of Raja, because the players doesn't like the map as well. So she just puts herself in that position of players because of how close she is with other players. Right?
I also don't like to play. I mean,
even in rank.
No, I don't like that funny. I prefer like Bermuda, Terra, or like Purgatory, this type of maps.
Okay, Neptune, what's the consensus for Solara? Like, what is it that makes the map so difficult to play? Is it just because it's so brand new and everyone hasn't really mastered all the mechanics yet?
I would say it's the slide rails that has been spread across the map. So it throws up the strategy, especially if you're just going in for rotations. But I guess it's something that they need to adapt to.
All right, well, folks, thank you so much for being patient. It looks like we are ready to jump into game number 5. I'm so sorry, Gideon. We're going to bring you back in later. But we're going to throw it over to Tash Bunny and Admat for game number 5 here at Free Fire at EWC 2025.
Thanks very much, Danilee, as well as the panel. They remembered our names this time. Great.
Yay.
Love that for them. Now, coming into this particular map is where a lot of people are hoping for teams such as Vitality or even Fluxo to just wake up, show us what they have to offer. But for now, it's EVOS Divine in the lead.
Yeah, let's get into game. It's gonna be Nextera. The only thing I like about this map is that you can jump as high as a mountain, and that will be at Grav Labs. And here you go. So game number 5, as said by Tash Bunny, it's about time for everyone to wake up. No more wallygagging, no more early morning grumpiness. It's all now right here in game number 5. Right now, currently on the knockout stage leaderboard, it is EVOS Divine Esports from Indonesia, acquiring 78 points. Would they continue their dominance here in Nextera, or will there be a new contender in that Booyah slot?
Looking over at Fluxo, who's dropping at the same spot as another team over at Intellect Center. It might be super aggressive. Even Vitality is there right now. It's a 3-way hit there really quickly, as Dix will be the one to get knocked down. Gio waiting for the right time, but he decides to push forward. But unfortunately for the rest of Vitality, they are not able to hold. The first eliminations happening quickly for Fluxo, and they were very decisive about taking this fight.
A very bad start here for Vitality. Koja as well is caught up by fire from Team Fluxo. So Koja has to fall back. He is retreating from Intellect Center. Now left in this compound, it's going to be Fluxo and Core Memory. Meanwhile, we are hearing a knock by one of the players in our map. I assume that is the brawl in Grav Labs, as EVOS is interacting with Pain Gaming. Yep, I was right. So Gus manages to actually get 1 point from Team EVOS Divine. And EVOS Divine, I believe they are
knocked out very early.
They're gone. Yeah, I don't see any white tigers in the map.
I don't think so. This is...
Yeah, they are.
This is unfortunate. They had really put a big target on their heads. But the fight's not over quite yet here, as Core Memory looking to get aggressive, as Fluxo as well going for that reset. Dawn falls, Bobs to get that big kill onto a player there on the other side. But the rest of Fluxo not done and out quite yet. Punsin just waiting on the backlines there. Gio trying to see if anyone's rotating over forward. But Dawn quickly brought back into this game. And the other teams are just quickly leaving away. They don't want to take these early fights, and for a good cause.
They are falling back, but they are falling back towards Core Memory KOG. Unless Core Memory moves, Fluxo can actually intersect with them. However, you can see that VSC Vision System SBA moving quite aggressively towards Team Fluxo, entering Intellect Center. And talking about EVOS Divine, we were talking about Booyah Curse backstage, and apparently that is implemented onto EVOS Divine. They had Booyah on game number 4, but they were the first to be eliminated in game number 5. So Booyah Curse is real here for EVOS Divine. Now, looking back on how they play against Pain Gaming, they had that nice ground where they could play inside, but due to the fact that Grav Labs could put you off guard, especially if you jump, causes them to actually just not playing very well in that particular place.
This is aggressive coming from Fluxo, rushing up forward here. They're just completely overcoming the other team here. Punsin falls, Nejad as well here. And they're taking fights left, right, and center, overcoming so many other teams. Gio needs to be picked up quite yet. They're not done. The jump shots are really good, straight forward, and his teammates decides to go a bit more forward to give some space for his teammates to bring his teammate back into the game.
Run, Maxi, run! You cannot fight this, you don't have any medkit. Bob's hunting towards Maxi, and Maxi goes down. And then there's only one member of VSE left. He managed to actually fall back away from Team Fluxo. And game number 5, Nextera, Fluxo is on fire.
Yeah, they really needed that, just really wake themselves up. And for VSE, this is so unfortunate. They haven't had the hottest of starts. And it looks like this trend is not stopping anytime soon here. And it's looking really insane, because Hot Shots, this is a great high angle they can play with as well. Korja, they have access to this crate. They can pick up whatever weapons they need. And interestingly enough, everything has started to slow down. Airdrop collected.
Yeah, has to wait inside the circle to unlock the lock on that drop. Meanwhile, Hasu actually has a very good vantage point. Meanwhile, VSE has been eliminated right after Divorce Divine. So again, a very not a good day one here for that Latin American team. Meanwhile, Hasu has been spotted by Diamond. Nice shot with that AEC. So right now, hot shot, they lost that vantage point guard. Now they have to fall back, and they are falling back with the jump pad, but they will not be let go. Exposé hunt them down, pushing forward, trying to fight against action. No more glue wall as Skylar has been put down by Exposé. Diamond trying to provide some backup here for Exposé, but hot shot smart enough not to directly engage on towards Team Virtus Pro. And now Virtus Pro getting towards Team Hotshot. They're trying to go for the second floor. Diamonds on second floor, but Action and Anas now on the ground. Anas, red color as his HP transform as well as Action. Hotshot hunted down for so long, and VP managed to only get 3. And Sajid is still surviving. They are falling back. They want Sajid now.
Chase him down if you could. Hotshots are now already back into the game. They had the idea, they had the high ground, they had the position. It's just that they just overstayed their wild claimer. Sajid all alone, he's so low right now, running for his life, zigzagging forward, barely alive. Gets time to go for the reset for the time being, and he's gonna prep that nade, hoping it's actually gonna hit onto someone at all, but his teammates are not close enough to fight him. He's gonna have to go for his 1v4, and this is a great play for him to be able to isolate these fights all alone. But the amount of bodies thrown at him were just too much, and Virtus Pro finally get the last piece of that puzzle.
Yeah, Sajid was lucky enough to revive all 3 other members that was hunted by Team Virtus Pro, but sadly Sajid could not survive. Meanwhile, Red Hawks is now no more in Nextera, placed at number 10. We were praising Red Hawks quite heavily here on day number 1, but sadly coming to game number 5, players are realizing how Red Hawks are playing. They are realizing how Bangladeshi Free Fire is being played. So they are slowly getting a little bit down here as we go progress in day number 1. And we are showing here, ladies and gentlemen, the top players here for highest damage. Rasha, the Wonder Kid, is there. And as you can see on the right side, Circle has completed for the first one. Second one will be right around Boxing Gym Deka Square mud side. So this is a favorable Circle, especially towards Alpha 34.
Just so many things happening. This circle is not necessarily the easiest either. It's all the way on the other side of the map. A lot of heavy rotations coming through here. The first team to really quickly get here is going to be Vitality. And I think that Vitality is looking good right now. They're taking their time. Yeah, they lost that initial fight, but they're doing well surviving. They're taking their time. They're slowing it down. And I think it's good that they're able to realize that taking these early fights is just something that's not beneficial to them. But for Core Memory, I think they had a whiff of where Vitality is. They're looking to try and find them out, but the amount of pressure coming from Vitality manages to push them away for the time being.
Alright, so Core Memory trying to find a place for them to cap it out. As you can see from the minimap, Team Alpha 34 has put a bounty on towards Team Vitality. Meanwhile, AGAL Barros was caught by Pain Gaming. Motavea got that point kill for the Brazilian team. And AGAL, you can see only Dew is left here, and Dew is being chased by Gus. Gus has an SVD. Dew really needs to find space, to find time to revive the other members, but Pain Gaming is not letting it go. They are pushing forward. I can hear the Ferrari, the fast car coming in. Peter trying to find Dew inside Graveler, but Dew is way ahead away from Team Pain Gaming.
If you hear that car, what are you going to do? You're going to skedaddle away, obviously. That's a terrifying sound. Pain Gaming, this is great for them as well. I think they had a pretty rough start today. They weren't able to find the momentum. They weren't winning those really crucial fights. But now they are the ones currently on top. They're looking hot right now. They're not looking to really take these fights. They are really testing the waters on how far they can chase, but they're not really looking to pursue. You go into a compound, they're saying, okay, the lack of information means that we don't push into the compound. We don't want to engage into a CQC and isolated fights, which means that we can stay intact as a 4 all the way till the end. But now for Falcons here, they have 5 eliminations already. A bit more of a quieter game, but I think throughout the entirety of the day, we have already come to a conclusion that Falcons love to get more of those placement points and survivability compared to these early fights, and I think this pacing still suits them, as expected.
Yeah, this is the way the Thailand team plays actually. There's that early game slow pace, then gradually it becomes faster and faster. Hot shot trying to get a hot shot on towards Team Falcons, but Alas was retaliated back by Limit, so that is a knock from Team Hotshot. So Falcons is now controlling back Rastown. Limit is still safeguarding, is still guarding for Team Falcons as they are trying to get into the new circle, and Hotshot made the right decision not to continue to suppress fire, fall back, find another way to get into the zone.
Yeah, but Falcon suspects that they might be around, so they're lingering a bit longer here, forcing for Hotshots to go for a longer rotation. They cross, they might be spotted out by Kiroro, even Virtus Pro. They might be in trouble. And speaking of trouble, Chinoy knocked them already so quickly. Fluxo, they're looking hot right now. Big opening onto Chinoy. They want to look and just try chase for the rest, but they haven't found anything quite yet. But it should be easy access to the circle for them.
You want to know something interesting?
Yeah.
We have played for 5 games, and in all 5 games, Fluxo always interacted with AGAL. The first 2 games, Fluxo didn't win. But the previous game number 4 and 5, right now, it looks like they are winning very well. Game 3, 4 and 5. So we can say that Fluxo finally knows how to take down AGAL.
Took some time.
Yeah.
Need a few maps to really figure things out here. Diamond is just unrelenting. It's putting a lot of pressure to the other members of Hotshots, and I have to say, this team has been quite unlucky this map. You manage to get into the circle, you run into another area of a hold, You try to rotate to another area, you run into another team, and I would really like to see them take this fight. I know they are a little bit more on the back foot when it comes to these aggressions, but I want them to really challenge these teams. Don't let them bully them away. And I think for AGAL here, nice shot into a player of Fluxo, but not really enough to really just take out the whole team.
So AGAL managed to actually get a small revenge onto Team Fluxo, but Gio can simply be revived soon for as long as Team Fluxo managed to find a vending machine. As the circle closes, teams and players are coming into the new zone. The ones that is still outside is, as you can see, Fluxo. There's still AGAL, Team Hotshot, and also Pain Gaming. But I'm not so sure about Hotshot. They're not looking very hot here, as they are being being gatekept by Team Virtus Pro.
This is nice, honestly, because Virtus Pro is using this compound like a little shield and also a safe house, keeping the players of Hotshots at bay. They're not able to break inside, and even then, the rest of Virtus Pro don't want to take this fight. It's a bit too early for them. They don't want to go for a 4v4. They want to go for these long-range fights, these pickoffs, and that's why they're looking to just go further into the circle, put a lot of space between them and Hotshots.
Right, a few shots once towards Fuwarak. Virtus Pro continues to widen the gap between them and also Hotshot. The new zone has been updated. It looks like Falcons and Vitality is already inside. And as you can see from the north side of this camera, from the north side of our view, you can see Fluxo is fighting against Team Vitality. Kyong is now on the floor, but due to nice glue wall placing, Kyong managed to be revived back. Meanwhile, Fluxo still on 3 members. Up to go for the first floor. Maybe not disturbing Vitality on top. Wait for the next zone to close out.
Just biding their time here. They're boxed in. If say that Vitality choose to push into their area, this could be ridiculously hard. The CQCs, the corners that you don't check.
And the numbers as well.
Already getting one knockdown of his own here. But Vitality's looking to get a bit more adventurous. Check out the other side, poke their heads out, find nothing. And now they're trying to just block the players of the team inside of that compound, really take away that space and make a little bit more area of hold for themselves. Already in the middle of that circle here, they're so close by to Falcons, and you know how devastating it can be if they go up against this team. They're already putting in the pressure, and they're looking to just really hide away, heal themselves up to full before they fully commit to this 4v4.
Vitality is not in a good spot actually. A lot of wide openings in the compound that they are having in. Meanwhile, Falcons focusing 2 teams actually, Vitality and Fluxo. Meanwhile, Hotshot is being hunted down by various teams actually. Pakistani team is not looking so good. Only Hasu left. Meanwhile, AGAL is actually facing the same fate here. Could not make any move. Meanwhile, Pain Gaming jumped in. They are now aggressively pushing towards Team Falcons. Peter has to come back into the compound. Virtus Pro has been eliminated on 9th place. Noda eliminated all of the glue walls here from Team Falcons. Still outside. Finally, Noda is in. Tries to go into shot, but could not do so. Could not find members of Team Falcon. But Kirono is down by Motovea. And Gus looking very low here. Has to stop for a while to find time for medkits. Meanwhile, Alpha 34 is coming in to join the party here between Pain and also Team Falcons. Limit is cornered in this compound. Could not go anywhere. Falcon is looking desperate right now to still survive in this chaotic space.
There's not a lot of space to work with right now, but Vitality somehow gets theirs. And now AGL eliminated already at 7th, and now Vitality as well is going to be coming up on top here. We were waiting for this team to wake up. We were waiting for this team to get a bit more aggressive, to be a bit more, to show a bit more of what they have to offer here. As Falcons stuck in a corner, Peter left alone. Not the easiest thing for him to do to bring his team back into the game. Inhalers up, yeah, but it's only a matter of time before the glue walls fall, before he gets completely chunked down by Pain Gaming. And Pain Gaming, even Mosabea is the last man standing here. He's alone, but here comes Core Memory. Cougar knocked down already, trying to steal away. This means away from Vitality, but Vitality gets his. Peter falls, Don steals away the kill, and Falcons this time around, they're not able to clinch that booyah. 5th place for them, but the fight, this compound, hotly contested.
Finally, we see Vitality shine. Right after my comment, which is very good. So Vitality finally open their eyes. All right, this time around, let's do our best. Let's show them that Vitality is still alive in EWC. But right now, we are left with only 4 teams. Core Memory KOG, guarding outside the vicinity of Vitality, but at the same time, being careful of Team Fluxo, which is right behind that white bus. Core Memory trying to widen their position. Meanwhile, Vitality still waiting for that moment to come up from their compound, waiting outside for Memory and also Fluxo. Meanwhile, Motovea for Pain Gaming is just watching all of this happening slowly. So good that Core Memory is managed to actually widen their plane of view so they could catch anyone that is coming outside.
Yeah, Core Memory is doing great. They're out there in the open, gives them a lot more space to work with as well. But they're looking at challenge. They want these points because the players of Vitality cannot move. They have the glue walls, they have the space, but Don has other things in mind. He's trying to be very sneaky right now. He shows himself out there. He throws in the nade. It hits 2. Motovea falls. Koja's doing great right now, but Don's been spotted. He's all alone, but somehow his movements are just too much to deal with. And now Core Memory looking to chop them down. No, they're falling because Vitality is looking to change trajectory. Fluxo falls. Vice putting in all that pressure onto Bunsen, and Bunsen gets taken away. Fluxo with only 1 player left.
Oh, Koja is now down. Vitality bringing the pride of Indonesia. Pushing towards Team Core Memory KOG. Zed gets by, but Dix goes down to Prox. Oh no! Core Memory Zed is now on the floor. Holds the line, denied by Koja. Now Koja has time to revive both Dix and Far East. It's gonna be 3v1. Will it be Fluxo for the 1v3 clash, or will it be Vitality redemption arc after 4 devastating games? Right now pushing forward towards Prox. Prox is now fighting against Diva. Koja from behind, and they got Prox. Booyah for Vitality!
After so many rounds, they struggled. They weren't able to find the answer, but on Nextera, this is their map. They were on the back, but they didn't have a lot of space to work with at all, and somehow managing the game sense just so good, so aware that there's going to be someone that Don hanging out from right across the field, playing CQC as well. A team like Fluxo was waiting for them on the other end of the map, was completely punished from the map as well. They were already marking how they were going to leave that compound and aggress, and it just shows in how they played that last circle.
We were talking about how Vitality had a very bad start on day number 1. 4 games. 4 games, they do not manage to actually rake in a lot of points. But coming into game number 5, Vitality finally found their own vitality to redeem all the mistakes that they have made throughout game number 1 till the game number 4 with a very magnificent booyah and high elimination count as well.
Yeah, but for now we're gonna go for a quick break, and after this, more Free Fire EWC coming at you.
Quadra kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
I'ma get
Não trava, por favor. Não pode travar, não pode travar. Não pode travar, não pode travar.
Nossa, vocês são muito estranhos. Mas se for trazer o buia, tudo bem.
Hi everyone, it's Yunso and we are here at the Esports World Cup 2025 Boulevard. Very lively here. The gaming district, place for you to enjoy esports. But the most special thing about here is the food. Southern region dishes, all of the regional dishes, food. Who doesn't love food? Because I am. So I hope you guys will enjoy the moment on the camera. But if you can, please come here and share the fun with us right here at Esports World Cup 2025 Boulevard.
What a incredible game. Game number 5, absolute chaos. No one knew what was going on. We didn't know who was even the leader of that match, but we've got to break it down for our viewers at home, because if we don't, I think we're all going to be a little bit lost here. But I think the first key thing we have to talk about is EVOS being eliminated by Pain Gaming. Raja, I think you must be proud.
Yeah, I'm really proud of all the Brazilian teams, actually, because they played really well in this match. Even Fluxo, and they switched one player. They switched MT7 over Prox. So we can see Prox playing for the very first time here at EWC. And it was a really good match for them. So I think it was very positive. Like, it was an additional, like Prox, it was an additional, and it was very positive, and I'm really proud of them. But well, Pain is too good too. It was good to see them playing, and they get a bunch of eliminations, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, they got a lot of eliminations, so they got a lot of points for that round. Sure, they didn't get the booyah, but who cares if you're getting so many heads in the round? We also have to talk about Party in Falcon's compound. So many teams stormed that compound, and poor Falcons, they had the escape strategy, Neptune. That wasn't going to work there. Like, where were you going to go?
There's not so much of room. Even Peter was left in the corner, like not breathing at all. Tries to survive. He's solo. Everyone just roaming around, shooting each other, and then finally being caught out. And yeah, there's not so much of exit strategy, and that's what happened if they loses out in the latter part. And also, this is the map we're in. Towards the latter part, there's still 9 teams remaining.
Yep.
So that's a lot to deal with. That I don't think anyone would be able to survive if you're losing out in one.
I think it all started from like ring 4 to 5, right? I think that's where we see the hard predictions really come to life, and Falcons were like, yes, we got it correct. And on the opposite end, we see just Vitality. We see Hotshot like, dude, we literally ran halfway across the map to make this, to win out on a 50-50. We didn't win out on that 50-50, but Falcons end up taking a majority of the karmic damage the universe somehow gives back to us.
I think it must have been like cumulative for all of today, because, you know, Falcons have been causing a lot of teams issues. It's not just one, it's everybody, especially with the number of points that they picked up. But we're not done here, folks. We've got one more map to go. And it's going to be a bit of a chaotic one because it's the newest map for Free Fire. It is Solara. And we kind of did talk about this before Nextera, right? It's a brand new map. A lot of teams are still not comfortable playing on it. But this might be a map that decides the fate for some of these teams, because day number 1 is almost over. This is the last match of the day. Last time to grab points.
I was saying about Solara that I am not really into Solara, but actually I think it can be like a good, I mean, it's not a star, but maybe Brazilian teams can do what they just did in the last match, and then they can get more points. So I think it's gonna be a really important map for them, and they really need to play. So they need to do like Solara very, very well.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, if the momentum of the Brazilian teams, as you did mention, is coming from slow in the beginning and then hard on the end, and Solara, I think this is where they're going to bring it on. But there's a lot of factors that could throw off even those from other regions apart from Southeast Asia, Brazil, because I know there's also a few that doesn't have that Solara map in their qualifiers. So it would be difficult for them to play against these teams.
I can only imagine what scrims are going to be looking like for the most part, because I think there's no real optimal strategy. I think for teams who like to play inner ring, there's, again, a little too close for comfort if we're talking about like the best cover possible. Right in the center of the map, you got 2 giant hills. Literally, what, how many, if I remember counting correctly, like 5 slide rails heading towards that center of the map as well, with not much line of sight to play with. Those are the main 2 structures you want to kind of sit around with. And the problem is, for inner circle teams, being able to dominate that side of the map is going to naturally cause tension with other inner circle teams. And I think that's one of the few problems as to why some teams are like, yeah, maybe this isn't the best.
So maybe we're going to see a different strategy just because of the slide rails. So maybe instead of focusing on the middle, teams slowly come in from the outskirts, right? Make their way around, try to catch teams off guard. Maybe just focus on elimination points until maybe that 4th, 5th circle, when you start to figure out like, okay, where are all the players and where's the free real estate? Where do you kind of want to be when you do get later on into the game?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, slide rails, it's a good entry and exit strategy. It just speeds up your movement, but also it triggers that someone is using it. So definitely everyone would be at their toes. Everyone will be looking out on both ends of those slide rails, and it would be the downfall of a team who just rely on it so much. And we'll have to see, because as you did mention, there's still a lot of compound. Inner circle teams might be targeted, especially the TV tower, who's part of that, dead smack in the middle. So if everyone aims for that height advantage, TV tower has it. But there's also a huge risk that you'll be losing out.
I mean, let's also look at some of the teams that like naturally have played in really powerful positions across other maps, RRQ being one of them. Hey, if it's Kalahari, you know exactly where they're going to be. And I think even for some of the Brazilian teams, right, there are power positions on the other classic maps where you always see them go to. But then when you cut to Solara, it's just, hey, if you control that, all the other teams are going to get punished, but winning it is such a problem.
But then again, I just remembered, Booyah was taken by Team Vitality. And from Southeast Asia, they have been, or they crowned themselves, they dubbed themselves as the Kings of Solara. So,
Vitality?
Yes. So it seems like we might be seeing a back-to-back Booyah, well, unless someone denies them of that.
Okay, so I want to hear more about the Kings of Solara statement here for Vitality. Why are they calling themselves that?
Well, from Southeast Asia Spring, they were able to get multiple Booyahs. They're topping the board in terms of elimination. And it's because of all the chaos. We did mention it's new, but since Team Vitality is also a new team in the mix of Southeast Asia. They just focus on what advantage they can use. First off, they targeted the top dogs. They were the Falcon Hunters. Ooh. And then Solara was introduced because no one dares go against the Falcons back then. Now Solara's been introduced, no one dares to study that new map, perfect their rotation while everyone else is in chaos. So they're just playing it aggressively smart, but hopefully they maintain consistency.
Yeah. Okay, I want to kind of play with the thought here, right? The fact that Solara is it's uncharted territory for a lot of teams. Are we going to be seeing a lot of adaptability coming from some of the teams? Like, I don't think a lot of our squads have places where they just drop and say, this is our spot. I think teams are still testing where the good drop points are, especially the Brazilian teams, I feel, because Raja, they're not practicing on the map, right? So if you are untested on the map, you're not going to feel comfortable finding a drop point.
I guess the biggest problem it's probably because they don't know the landing spots of the Asian teams. So this can be really hard to them to start a fight with a team that probably have tried this map before. And I don't know how to explain, but that's the very first time that they are here playing this map. So everything can happen, it can be good for them or it can be like not that good, but I think it's gonna be a little complicated because Asian team normally they don't like to fight each other, they don't fight face to face.
I just want to add on to that, right? Because again, if we're talking about adaptability and teams not having a lot of practice and it's their first time, we do notice that, especially for when new maps start to come in, a lot of people are fighting for a couple of the same spots. But I think that Solara is really unique in a sense where there are some hot places to drop. However, if there's too many teams, at least for some of the other maps, you can kind of divert off to find, out maybe not the best of the best loot, but enough to keep yourself equipped. That's not the case for Solara. It's pretty wide open and it's scarce enough where you can equip yourself with at least tier 1s, but you're never going to compete with some of the hotspot droppers within the map itself, meaning that fights are going to either A, two teams are going to battle it out, everybody else walks away, or B, everybody else who are just looking for eliminations with tier 1 loot is just going to go for each other's throats as soon as possible.
Yeah, I guess what Solara has to offer is similar to what we've seen in Nextera.
Yes.
In between the major buildings, there are a few compounds like that you can take. So you can, if you see someone and you're trying to avoid any fight, see someone dropping in with you, just split up, take those smaller buildings, and then just regroup. And I guess that's one thing that they don't need to focus on, just going in straight and out 4v4s early in the match.
Yeah, and I guess I think we're going to be seeing a new meta develop for Solara. I don't know if you all agree or disagree, so feel free to share your thoughts, but I kind of feel the fact that we have this inter-regional tournament happening and we're playing on a brand new map. I think the different mindsets that captains have for their teams, I kind of feel like we might develop the Solara meta here at EWC. So we'll have to see what happens, folks. But we have just been informed we are ready for game number 6, Solara, our closing map of the day. Going to throw it over to Tash Bunny and AdMath. Take it away for game number 6.
Last map, last game for day number 1 here for Free Fire at EWC 2025. It's gotta be the newest map, newest addition towards Free Fire. Solara. Everybody, it's gonna be Tony Hawk's here as we are gonna see players on that slide rails trying to either exit or enter from the enemy team. Let's see who will become the last booyah of the day. And if you guys want to know, from game number 1 till game number 5, all 5 games are booyahed by Southeast Asian teams.
Super exciting to see how they're really, setting the momentum today here. Would love to see Brazil just really rally back, especially since according to the panel, Solara is what Vitality claims to be the kings of Solara here in Southeast Asia. They are the pioneer, apparently, and they have really perfected how their rotations are going to be. And I would say that this is quite a hard rotation to play with, as Gideon mentioned, because of the rails that came through, right? You can Tony Hawk your way through. It's really quick on the rotations. You're definitely definitely going to be caught off guard, especially on how fast you can move throughout those rails.
Right. Now, players are having their places, having their drop spot one by one. Yep, as you can see, Diggs being the skater boy right now here, I say by Ever Living. Also drop, get some mushroom, get some EP in. And there you go, the first circle. As you can see, it's favoring towards Funfair as its midpoint. And not much can be said right here. I can see that Red Hawk is actually fighting against one player from Alpha 34. Other than that, no other team is intersecting one another, and it looks like Red Hawks managed to actually take down that player from Alpha 34, and yep, that is the only thing that we could see in this early stage of the game.
I mean, there's a lot more I can see right now in terms of draw spots, how everyone is just so kind of hunkered down in their areas. We're not really seeing these early fights like we did in the previous match. We usually see maybe 2-3 different teams dropping the same spots right now, but everyone's being very, very cautious. Archway, interestingly enough, I think Vitality were the first team to drop there. They're so comfortable to take up this early mid-side area of the map, and now we did see those really early pickoffs. They're already back into this game. In terms of rotations as well, I think the only team that's really getting a bit more active around the map right now is slowly going to be Vitality. But for the rest, I think everyone just wants to see the circle shift before they fully commit into moving around the area.
All right, we are expecting the game to be a little bit later. Here is the replay on how Liu soloing himself. He managed to get to Tush, but sadly, it's a 3v1. With only a double vector in hand, it's quite hard for a player to do a magnificent clutch. But that is the only fight that we are seeing as of right now. We're looking at Vision System, PSPA, using the jump pad, closing in towards, I believe it was Team Falcon at Riders Club. Yep, Chicks has a car 98, but car level 3 is still fine. You could still get damage in, but still not enough to be a fearful weapon to be used. So with Team Falcon exiting Riders Club, nothing can be done here for Vision System. They're a little bit too late.
Peter, ooh, nice shot to the face here. Noda X quickly taking him down. Gus steals him away. Falcon's on the back foot. Shouldn't be too long to bring his teammate back into the game here, but if anything, this team should be very happy to steal away one of the Falcons. They want to really stop the aggression, the momentum coming in. And for Pain, I think they've been doing such a great job today in terms of aggression, in terms of taking fights. In fact, they are the type of team who would really chase you to the ends of the earth if they really want your fourth. So be careful of this team.
Airdrop is nearby to Team Alpha 34. And they are not looking to take it just yet. Meanwhile, Red Hawks has entered Delta Isle one by one. Delta Isle is actually occupied by Team Alpha 34. You can see R7 is spotted by Flicker. Tries to go with the M24 shot, but was blocked by a glue wall. Meanwhile, Funfair, the brightest and funnest place to be in, Solala, is now being occupied by both Hotshot and also Core Memory KOG. Shots has been fired by the Pakistani team. Meanwhile, Core Memory is trying to spot where are the shots coming from.
A little hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of things happening right now, including Linz managing to steal away a kill very early here. Again, these are not really full-on fights. Okay, hold that thought. This is going to be almost one of that. R7 brought back into the game here. Again, not really full-on fights. They're not really going on a 4v4. If anyone, everyone's just trying to reposition themselves. That's a very ballsy move. Kutush left alone here. It's best just really, you know, cut your losses, try and bring your team back into the game.
All right, Nejat is the only member left here for Team Red Hawks, and apparently Linz could not get that final kill in. So there is actually one or maybe two eliminations here for Team Red Hawks. And Nejat really needs to run, Nejat, run, as said by Forrest Gump. But in Free Fire. Meanwhile, Liu finally spot Nejat wide open. Only a glue wall here. Not so sure how many glue walls Nejat had. Finally in the clear, had to enter the building of Windmill. However, inside Windmill, I can see green color there, but no, Nejat goes down. Liu with the hurrah
takes down Team Red Hawks at 12th place.
Unlucky for him, wasn't able to run away from the side. They chased him to death, Earth as well, and Hotshots as well. Is another team to be knocked out very, very early. Two of these teams that we had praised fairly early had great potential today. Not going to be able to live out their last hurrah and make it to it at least to the middle side of this game. Early night for them as well, but for the rest of the teams, it's just business as usual here. Virtus Pro has been showing a lot of aggression, especially in this game. They see a moving target, they go and fully just commit onto this fight, and it's been doing a lot of dividends for them. They have 4 eliminations already on 7th right now, and they're looking to try and overcome where Hotshots and Pain are right now.
Warat, we knocked by Team Vitality. The Kings of Solana finally gets one from Team Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, is trying to move to a different position. On the other side of the map, the hub, you can see Pain Gaming facing off against Esports Divine. 2 members of Team Pain is now no more. Milan Aimgod could still be saved here. So Indonesia versus Brazil. Gus and Motovia has a lot of work needs to be done, and it looks like Gus managed to find space to go and fall back, trying to be the anchor here for Pain Gaming. Meanwhile, Motovia left alone, guarding Team Esports, not allowing them to actually move out of their position. Rasha, that was knocked, finally has been revived back. Motovia got space, and this is the time for him to actually fall back, save more time and more survivability here for Team Pain Gaming.
It's just making it so hard for the team to really just bring themselves back online. This off angle is just ridiculous. He's fighting so many of them. I'm not too sure if Evo's had actually marked him quite yet. I think they do. He has a nice angle to just go for these long-range pickups. But for the rest of Evos, they're looking to collapse, not allowing these isolated 1v1s. Aimgod with the rush forward here, looking to play that first contact. And Motovia quick to move away. He's so low right now, but I don't think that Evos wants to push this issue.
Meanwhile, Gus trying to give space here for Motovia.
No, that is incredible.
For Gus, but Aimgod just pushes it in, and there you go, Gus gone. Meanwhile, Peter tries to go for his body back again, spotted by Russia, but apparently does not have the right angle to get that final shot onto Peter. So Peter Pain Gaming falling back, sliding towards the bottom. Seeing spotted, Aimgod tries to aim, but his aim is not godlike here. So Peter survives and has to find a way to pick up Gus and Noda.
I mean, to be fair, Evos did quite well, just really make sure they can survive, and it's a very aggressive play. You sent Rush out super early. They were not expecting them to go super quickly and take these fights. And for now, Evos are not done quite yet, because you have another team here. It's going to be Vision System who's rushing forward to take this fight. And I think that Evos, they love aggression, they love chaos. They put in a lot of damage to one member of VSE. Souza forced to just really take this time to just go for that reset. Blue wall set up, space given. Jota trying to his hardest to go a bit more aggressive. But he's gone and bit too much more than he can chew. The damage is done. Maxi tries to rally, but he's so isolated away from his teammates. The rest of Evos are able to just play tag team with one another here. Kochil low, but his teammate is okay to rush up forward. Go a bit more aggressive. Aimgod for one. Russia finds one more, but Kochil as well will be traded. But still, Evos here will be the one to be victorious in this skirmish.
Alright, only one player left here for Team Vision System SPA. The Latam team is not doing well against Esports Divine, and Esports Divine, quite a hefty elimination right here after 9 minutes of the game. Fighting against Team Pain Gaming, and right after that Vision SPA, they managed to rack in 6 points as of right now. Meanwhile, EGAL again interacting with Fluxo for the 6th time in a row. They never did not meet ever. So it's always EGAL, Fluxo, one way or another, one shot against each other. But this time around, you can see that EGAL is gatekeeping Fluxo very well, not allowing them to take the shortest route right here. Has to force Fluxo to maybe detour towards the back in order to be a bit safer, unless Fluxo dares to fight EGAL head on.
interestingly enough, I think a lot of teams are going for these later rotations. Pain Gaming still not in the zone. You know, EVOS, even Vision System as well, are really taking their time there. But Fluxo needs to take this fight against AGAL. It's not going to be the easiest way to get into this circle as well, because you do have this team waiting in the compound. You have to flush them out. Bob's that first contact play. They were waiting for it, but they were so quick to set up those blue walls. Gives them a bit of space to reposition. But Chino and Dew, they bring devastation. And Fluxo cannot hold on. One by one, they fall. Double kill for Dew. And the rest of Fluxo are just running away for their lives. But these shots from Chino today have been incredible.
What a major mistake. What a bad decision, I could say, done by Fluxo. As I said, they could actually just rotate towards the back, avoid EGAL. They had the mini jump pad, they can just mini jump pad away from the Thailand team. But nah, they wanted to fight. They wanted to try. Maybe it's because it's the last game of the day. I'm like, okay, why not we try one last time? Maybe we can get points. But nah, AGL was like, yeah, give it on, give more boys, more, yeah, for 3 points towards AGL. And that is that. Now, we're looking at EVOS Divine and Core Memory, KOG. EVOS now on fire. Might not know that Core Memory is camping here. Has to rotate towards the side from outside, but they have spotted Vision System.
10 points difference between Falcons and EVOS, and they're really trying to make up for lost time and points as well here. But we look up toward AGAL, who has their sights onto the other members of the team for Alpha 34. Tries to put the shots, a bit more pressure onto them as well, but you can tell that for Alpha 34 is super wary right now. Yep, hit some chip damage onto WU, but not enough to take him down. So making sure they don't stay around alone is going to be key here, as the other members of AGL look to play a little bit more aggressive. Shinoy, I would say the Slayer for today, is doing incredible. He's putting in the pressure, Saifa rushes forward, but he has enough guard that he can chew. R7 eliminates him promptly, and the rest of the team now scratching their heads. What do we do? Our first contact is fallen. Are we going to back off, or are we going to press the issue?
EGAL challenging yet another Brazilian team. However, they have lost Saifa and Chinoy tries to go for the smart glue wall on the slide bar, but sadly Chinoy is not trapped on the balcony in front of members of Team Alpha 34. However, Liu and Luan goes down. R7 is doing as much as he can, but it looks like AGAL maintains dominance in the compound. R7 has to fall back. However, Barros was hunted down. Nice shotgun by R7, but R7 again with the shotgun, with the clutch. Dew is not there. R7 managed to get Luan in the same process. Now Dew with the grenade, will it enter? However, Falcon is coming. They are coming. The Green Falcons is gonna go for the party. Now Dew all alone, facing Falcons, facing Alpha 34, and Dew, but he found a whole bar and a car as well. Peter and On Fire was hit by the car, and Dew finally has been gone down. Well, he's denied honors the line, and AGAL is now no more. And Falcons leaving at Peter, red color on the bar, being hunted down now by Pain Gaming.
Third party is the name of the game, and Falcons are doing it so perfectly, but Limit falls. They're not done quite yet, because Pain Gaming is looking to put their hands into the cookie jar. But both of Vea and Luan get one each here, and Falcons cannot hold. With only one player left alive, no space to work with. On Fire here all alone, not enough space, taking a lot of damage from those ice nades as well. Looks to reposition. He pressures an area, looks to push up forward, trying to break this blue walls as well. But if you break it, yeah, sure, you're out here in the open with so many teams on the outside. It's a very ballsy play, and he tries to make it work. Nice shifts, nice movement as well from both these teams. It's just a game of ring around the rosy here. On Fire, Luan wins this. There's going to be Pain Gaming waiting for them on the bottom side. Both players forced to hit that pause button. And also Vitality wants a piece of the pie.
Alright, the king of Solara is now here. Let's see whether or not Vitality leads up to that title. Pain Gaming patiently waiting on the first floor, while Vitality decimating Team Virtus Pro. Core Memory has been eliminated on the 6th plane, EVOS on 7, Virtus Pro as well on the 5th. Now we are left with only 3. We have Alpha 34, Vitality and Pain Gaming. 2 Brazil, 1 Indonesia. Will we have another Southeast Asia Booyah as a closer, or will finally we have Brazil slotting in on first day as one of the teams that gets the Booyah? Let's just see.
Vitality waiting on top. Alpha 34, only one lone survivor left, and Pain Gaming has a lot of resources to play with.
Interesting enough, because the circle is shifting over to the other side, every single team needs to be able to win this fight in this compound. If you walk outside there in the open, you are basically dead meat because there's no cover. There's nothing to work with as well. And Vitality looking to just overthrow these two teams inside of the compound. The nades will be cooked, throws down, finds nothing. It does break the glue wall, but it doesn't really hit that mark. What Sofia does eventually find one. Luan walks straight into his trap, and the rest of Vitality look to collapse. Jump, falls, jump shots all about. Peter is doing well to manage this aggression, but Jinx is going to find a kill of his own. Good trades all around for both of these teams here, and everyone is chaotic, and not a single player able to play with each other, isolated as well from the windows, from the blue walls. Every single corner is managed as well, and Peter, the gatekeeper on the outside of the compound, gets won so many eliminations, and a booyah happened right out of the blue here.
The king has been dethroned. We have the new king for Solana here at EWC 2025. Booyah for Pain Gaming.
After 5 games in a row dominated from Southeast Asia, we see the Fangs rise here by the Brazilian team. And I think it's really incredible to see that it could have been anyone's game. That compound was so hotly contested because everyone was stuck into it. Everyone had to take this fight in order to rotate to the right. But Pain Gaming, knowing how much value, how much advantage you can have by having a lot of control of the outside of the compound. When a lot of utility is thrown inside, they run for their lives, and all they have to do is wait for these players to walk outside with their shotguns with open arms.
You could see how patient Pain Gaming was, holding the first floor, not allowing anyone to come by, because everybody was jumping in towards the second floor because they know, okay, we have seen players on the first floor. Why not we just go on the second? Maybe we have a chance. And that is what Pain Gaming has done. They funnel everyone towards the second floor, leaving them a lot of space on the first floor. Nobody wants to be outside because that's the only compound in that zone. And patiently waiting, patiently decide whether or not should they engage. Now, they stayed. Hearing shots from above, they don't care for as long as they are the final few teams left. That's when they shine. Once Luan stepped on Motovia's landmine, that is it. And Pain Gaming closing the game very well. Vitality could not control them. Vitality was like, huh? Well, that Pain Gaming, many people, what?
Yeah, I think what's really great about Vitality, honestly, is the fact that they were able to survive for quite some time here. But the problem was they were just completely overcome. You saw how when Vitality came, a lot of teams were already anticipating their move. They were already anticipating for them to just, to receive them. And for now, let's talk a little bit more with an interview there over the stage. I wonder if it's going to be Carol. So let's see.
Let's go, interview.
Welcome to Amazon post-interview show. And wow, what a great match. What a great matches today we have watched from Evil's Esports. Congratulations, Guy. And we have here one of the players for Evil's Russia. Congratulations on today's matches. And we want to know, you were waiting for 1 year to compete on the stage because of the age regulation, of course. And now you managed to compete on the world stage in EWC 2025. How do you feel right now?
Jadi tentunya di sini congratulations atau selamat buat tadi di map terakhir, dan tentunya di sini Rasya sudah menunggu kurang lebih dari 1 tahun lebih ya, karena adanya batasan umur tentunya di WC. Tapi sekarang Rasya sudah di sini gitu. Bagaimana perasaannya?
Menurutku sangat senang karena ini pertama kali dan ya hasilnya lumayan, alhamdulillah hasilnya lumayan bagus untukku, dan mungkin kedepannya aku bakal nyoba lebih improve.
Of course, I'm very happy, and alhamdulillah, I think we have a good result for now. But of course, we are trying to be the champion, and we're just trying our best tomorrow as well.
Well said, thank you. So you overtook Team Falcons, but got eliminated early in Game 5. What happened?
Jadi tadi di game sebelumnya, di map sebelumnya berhasil mendapatkan buyah ya. Tapi habis itu di map selanjutnya lagi langsung early eliminated gitu, dan Falcons kembali meretake. Itu apa yang terjadi di map kelima itu?
Mungkin kalau mungkin kurang lucky sih Bang. Jadi kitanya kalah ya, soalnya kalau misalnya gambling kayak gitu tabrakan 50-50.
Yeah, I think we're just not lucky enough because like we take a gamble and we just lose badly in that map. So because it's a 50-50 basically in that series.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on the next days. And we have watched great action today happen here in the studio. And I'm more excited for tomorrow because we're going to have Group C hitting the stage. I'm Carol Bombshell, and I will see you all tomorrow for more Free Fire action here at AWC 2025. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Carol. Welcome back to the panel, survivors. What a way to end the day. That was such an amazing Game 6. All of the casters, all of the panelists, we were screaming in our dedicated seating area. We were just thinking, who's going to get the booyah? Because there was no clear leader. Of course, we did have a couple teams that had the numbers advantage, and it did look like it was going to go their way, but it wasn't a case of us just thinking like, oh, Vitality's going to get it. Oh, this team's going to get it. It was just, at the end of the day, Pain Gaming on a map that they probably don't feel very comfortable on, Raja.
Well, right now I think they feel really comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
And they did an amazing job. I'm really proud of them. And I mean, it was a good map for them. And I could see like all the players like having like synergy, like playing together. They look really comfortable, and they did an amazing job. And we could see too Alpha 34. And so it was a good map for some of the Brazilian teams, but not for all of them. Unfortunately, Fluxo wasn't doing a good job.
Maybe they ran
map.
out of energy, right? Like Fluxo looked really good towards the middle section of the day, right? Like a little slow for the first couple games. Then Fluxo was kind of winding up, starting to feel good, but then we come to the last map and did they just run out of juice, do you think?
I don't know what's going on. I think it's something about the adaptation because they switched the players. So I think probably someone was like ruining the game. I don't know what's going on. I will check this for us, and I will bring this information tomorrow.
Here's my prediction. I think that, especially for Fluxo, especially when we're talking about their IGL, they like the structure of the game to be very within the boundaries, right? We don't want to just leave it up to chance. And a lot of these situations that we do end up finding ourselves on this brand new map is very, some may call it a little unorthodox, right? Especially those final game rings as well. And I think that teams who had the better instincts overall, Alpha for an example, again, was able to hold out for long periods without Pain Gaming as well, which is where we started to see them shine. Vitality, really good examples of teams with strong instincts.
Yeah, it just so happens, Team Vitality, we did mention that they're very strong on this map, and they didn't hold out that much against different teams. It is expected that they can win in a 4v4, but it's just so many chaos, so much chaos. It's similar to the ending that we had in Xterra. Even for Team Falcons, one guy like remaining, and he was just stuck in the corner. So it's just a repeat. It just so happened that Team Vitality and Pain Gaming was the few teams remaining, and Pain Gaming just did it smart. Waited for them for the outside, and then just waited for that blue to push them out.
And I kind of want to talk about Pain Gaming because I feel like we haven't really highlighted this team enough today. And they seem to be getting better and better with every map that they're playing. They already had a high elimination score today, but their only problem was securing placement points. Now they got a booyah. All of a sudden, we could be looking at a major contender here at EWC. I know everyone at home is excited to see the overall score, though. So let's have a look and see where everyone is after completing their day one matches. And still at the very top, we have Team Falcons. The main reason they've been able to stay up here, though, is because, unfortunately for EVOS, they had one round that actually cost them a lot of points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that one round, and it was explained a little bit by Rasia earlier.
The 50-50.
It was just, yeah, the 50-50. It's just luck at that side. They were unlucky at that point. But again, they're still number 2. I don't think it hurts that much.
It really doesn't. And I think, the teams that we were expecting to eventually do well, some a little bit slow on the start, but I think I've been most impressed with these Brazilian teams, these Latam teams, right? They didn't start the day off very nicely, but look at them now. Pain in 3rd already, Fluxo already up to 5th.
Yeah, it's good to see my Brazilian teams at the top 5. I'm really happy for them. But how about Evos? I think it's a really good position. I will be really happy if any Brazilian team keep at the second spot. But I think they are kind of hiding some things because they don't want to show like the whole game that they will play at the grand finals. But well, I think they can like handle that, and they can appear, of course, to play the finals. They are very capable of it.
I would encourage them to avoid the curse, right? The team that does well during the knockout stage typically doesn't win the championship title. And who's in first place? It's Team Falcons. So the curse could be in full effect, folks. We really don't know what is really in store for us. But what we do know right now is that we have concluded our first round of matches with teams in Group A and B. Now, we do have some exciting segments coming up for you right now. We have the Kidia top plays ready for you at home. So let's have a look at the best plays that we have seen so far here at Free Fire at EWC 25.
Triple kill.
On fire, there's a reason why he is so good, but at the same time, I think the snipers have really stepped up all across the world here. We're seeing some crazy headshots, some ridiculous plays from every single who has picked up a rifle of this caliber.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most of the time, teams with the best sniper are the ones winning most of the gunfight and also leading the board. And we've seen a pattern. Even the acquisition of some of the snipers for one team who doesn't have a main is a trend. I think it's attributed by MT7 as well after his performance.
Yeah, but I was thinking about saying something about Motovea because it's the sniper from Pain Gaming, which plays like really well and did like an amazing job. So I think he's like kind of responsible for this spot for Pain Gaming, like keep inside of the top 5, which is really important to them.
Now, we do have to wrap up our matches for today, but of course we do have a special shout out for our Sony MVP of the day. It is none other than Rasya from EVOS. This man has worked for the team.
Yeah, I would say that.
He's getting close to man, but he has worked for the team today. I think we had a bit of a discussion at first. This was off camera, and we questioned whether Rasya really was a good fit for EVOS, but I think after today, we're really starting to see this team really come into its own, and they're ready to take the EWC title.
Absolutely. I think that at least for Rasya, his best pairing is when he's with Ray, right? The energy, because again, they are, I don't want to say exactly the same age, but they're pretty similar in terms of build. There's a lot of relatability, but the communication between those two players alone gives, it almost feels like Rasya has eyes at the back of his head thanks to that.
Yeah, and also I think he made those adjustments like after losing all those gunfights, like keeping distance from the rest of the team, he is now going into the mix, like sticking together with the rest. And that was one point that we have earlier when they were losing fight against Team Falcons.
Yeah, I agree with everything you guys are saying. I think, and I think it's so cool to see like a kid, like a young boy, doing everything doing this type of things in the tournament. I mean, it's really good to see that he's confident. I mean, it's pretty good,
especially at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, it makes us feel pretty bad, don't it? He's so talented.
I'm hurt.
All right, analysts, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge of Free Fire on the panel for today. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you, Raja, Neptune, and Gideon. That's going to be it for us here for day 1 for Free Fire at EWC 2025. But we still have 4 more days of Free Fire to go. So make sure you come back tomorrow at the exact same time as we get ready for our next round of matches. But until then, have a wonderful rest of your day and enjoy the rest of EWC 2025.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.